Rebirth, my daily life cultivating immortality. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 26 Clues. Jiang Ning took back the stick and made a handsome stick flower. Unfortunately, he was in a busy city, but no one appreciated him because he was covered by the key concealment art. No one noticed his figure, and no one knew that he was committing a crime in the street. The Immortal's methods are superb and unpredictable, far from reasonable and unimaginable. In fact, he could just set a trap to harm Songsheng. For example, when he was crossing the road, a shocking spirit stab might cause a car accident, and it would be less likely for people to notice the clues. So why did he hit him with a stick? Because it feels so good. How refreshing it would be to break his leg with a stick and send him to the hospital. Jiang Ning's technique was precise and his strength control was very good. The wooden stick broke Songsheng's leg in one go. This kind of injury can be solved if you go to the hospital and have an operation to install a steel plate with current medical technology. Wait a year or two to remove the steel plate. If the operation goes well and the rehabilitation training is done well, there will be almost no sequelae. It's just that he will suffer a lot in the process and he will have to rest for several months. I believe that Songsheng's temper will be restrained after this suffering, right? Even if he can't restrain himself, at least he won't be an eyesore in school anymore. How can he bully others with a broken leg? I think the students who are destined to be bullied by Songsheng in the future can also have a good 3 years in high school. Jiang Ning came to the city for only one thing. After finishing this thing, he didn't waste any more time. He turned around and left the hustle and bustle, taking only his wooden stick. Songsheng sat on the ground in pain and sweated coldly. Zhuang Jianhu and his group were not far away, and they obviously noticed the situation here. Especially Linzida, who was chatting, but suddenly a scream scared him. Fuck, what's wrong? Linzida cursed. Ding Xuan stared at Songsheng's leg. She had good eyesight, and the twisted shape of his calf made her a little unbearable to look at. Broken, she said. Linzida was puzzled. Wasn't it fine just now? How did it suddenly break? Did you fall? Ding Xuan shook her head slightly. No, if you fall, it's hard to break like that. It seems that you were hit by something, such as a stick. Her aunt's ex-boyfriend studied medicine. When she went to play with her aunt, she would read some medical books. Under the influence of her, she had a little understanding of medicine. She looked at the crowds of people rushing around and described, I was looking over there just now, and I didn't see anyone attacking Songsheng. He took a step, and before his feet touched the ground, I heard a sound. It's a bit strange. Linzida frowned. Zhuang Jianhu was also paying attention to that side. Someone had already noticed the strangeness of Songsheng's leg and started calling an ambulance. People surrounded Songsheng, and more people came to watch the excitement. After all, this kind of thing is quite rare. Songsheng just felt extremely embarrassed. The strong sense of shame even overshadowed the severe pain for a while. He wanted to turn around and leave, but his leg was broken, and he couldn't walk. Zhuang Jianhu and his friends didn't just walk away. After all, they were from the same school. Although they claimed to be superior, it was nothing to help their classmates in need. Besides, no one in Yuzhou could blackmail them. Linzida unscrewed the bottle cap and handed it over. Have a sip of ice cola. It can relieve the pain. Songsheng struggled to take it and took a big gulp. The stimulation of the carbonated drink made him feel a little better. At this time, Linzida asked, classmate, what happened to you? Did you fall? Songsheng was inexplicably in trouble and felt uncomfortable. Linzida looked very kind and had a deep background, so he was the right person to talk. He couldn't help but say, I don't know. I was walking and my leg broke before my foot landed. It was so unlucky. This was the first time that Linzida heard that someone broke his leg while walking. He remembered what his cousin Ding Xuan said just now. Although it felt a bit like exposing someone's scars, to ask about the cause of his leg injury, he felt much better when he thought that he had given him a bottle of cola. Did you feel your leg was suddenly hit by something? Like a stick? Linzida asked tentatively. Song Sheng's experience was really strange. Judging from the degree of twisting of his legs, it was very creepy. It was definitely not broken by walking. In addition to what his cousin Ding Xuan said before, Linzida asked. As soon as these words came out, Song Sheng's face changed immediately. He was the person involved and knew best how he felt at that moment. Perhaps he was unable to judge before because of the severe pain, but at this moment, with Linzida's words, he immediately recalled. Yes, I was hit by a stick. At this point, in order to prove it, Song Sheng held up his calf and showed the location of the injury. There was a stick-shaped wound lying there, which looked hideous and terrifying. Linzida wanted to say something, but the sound of an ambulance was heard in the distance, and soon, the medical staff helped Song Sheng into the ambulance. Ding Xuan stood there, watching the ambulance going away, and suddenly said, "The ambulance is from the Third People's Hospital. I'll go back and ask Uncle Han to help us." Zhuang Jianhu and Linzida looked at her in surprise. They knew Ding Xuan's character well, and she rarely cared so much about things. Ding Xuan said to herself, strange, too strange. The main reason was that the whole thing was too weird. Linzida and Zhuang Jianhu were lucky that they didn't see it clearly, but she witnessed Song Sheng's experience from beginning to end. If I have to describe it, then an invisible person picked up a stick and hit Song Sheng on the calf. She said slowly. There was silence for more than 10 seconds. Zhuang Jianhu asked, with current technology, can people become invisible? He looked at Linzida. In terms of the breadth of knowledge, Linzida was indeed amazing. He was the moderator of a forum with millions of followers, and also managed to questions groups with thousands of members. Seeing the two people bringing up the topic, Linzida thought for a while. It's difficult. I know a concept called variable optics. This uses to manipulate the refractive index so that light can bypass objects and achieve the effect of invisibility. Light can be deflected. For example, looking underwater from the water surface is refracted and deflected. If someone wears clothes made of so-called metamaterials and attacks Song Sheng, perhaps this level of achievement can be achieved. After listening to Ding Xuan, she said, if there really is such a material, then the murder weapon used in the crime also needs to be made of metamaterials, right? Seeing that his cousin was serious, Linzida smiled bitterly. Xuan, what are you thinking about? That kind of material has not been put into use yet and does not exist. There is no invisible person attacking Song Sheng. Ding Xuan said, wait for me to call Uncle Han and ask the doctor for his diagnosis. He is a professional. If he was really attacked, then this matter must be very serious. The reason why she investigated like this was because she had a reason that she could not explain to the two. She had a strange talent since she was a child. If someone stared at her for a long time, she would notice something. This special feeling has never been wrong. Once when she was staying in a hotel, the sixth sense reappeared, and she could not find the reason. Finally, she asked someone to check the hotel, and sure enough, a pinhole camera was found in the wall socket. There was no mistake. From then on, she believed in the sixth sense. Just now, she walked out of the gym, and the same inexplicable feeling appeared in her heart. She looked around, and did not find that person. And not long after Song Sheng was attacked, the secretive gaze disappeared. Thinking of Song Sheng's injuries, Ding Xuan couldn't help but shudder when she thought of this. There is someone hiding in the dark. Immediately, she had a strong desire for knowledge. Ding Xuan, who has been rebellious since childhood, came up with an almost unconventional idea. Could there really be invisible people? Apostrophe. Chapter 27. The lights go out. After leaving the city center, Jiang Ning used his spiritual power to run more than 30 kilometers and came to the village transformer box where he passed by last time he went to Kaiyazhou. At Jiang Ning's current speed, it only took more than 10 minutes. The reason he came here was that he wanted to see if what he did last night had made the factory quiet. When Jiang Ning was about to approach the transformer box, his spiritual sense suddenly sent a wave. He stopped and looked around, and he actually found two men, one squatting under the dam and the other squatting behind a tree on the dam. With the position of the two men, the transformer box and the stream were just in sight. If someone came, they would be able to find it immediately. However, Jiang Ning had the key concealment technique, so the other party naturally could not detect it. Jiang Ning's spiritual sense went to the transformer box cover, and then he unexpectedly found that the wire he cut yesterday had been connected, and the current was running normally. He walked to the sewage pipe by the stream, and his spiritual sense swept it, and the pipe was actually dredged, or it should be said, that a new pipe was replaced. Jiang Ning was surprised. He had to say that the other party was quite efficient. The damage he caused last night was solved today. You know, to repair electricity, you need to notify the Power Supply Bureau and arrange workers according to the process. It is even more necessary to arrange people to check the water pipes and find the problem. Especially Jiang Ning cast a spell on the mud blocking the pipes, making the mud very solid. The other party was able to quickly determine the cause and then make a decision to replace the pipes. All these things took only one day. Jiang Ning was surprised. This is definitely a talent. He has amazing mobility and a certain network of relationships in Yuzhou. Otherwise, he couldn't do these things well. Now he has 2 more people to follow him. Good guy. He thinks very comprehensively. This kind of person can do anything, but he has to do this sneaky business of sewage discharge. If it was a normal situation, the other party would really start the work smoothly, but Jiang Ning is not an ordinary person. He didn't rush to practice, but ran more than 1,000 meters, and found a place with rich spiritual energy to sit down. Release the concealing key Ju, operate the star transformation Ju, and absorb spiritual energy. In order to deal with Song Sheng, he activated his spiritual consciousness to track him down. When he came to the village, he activated the divine step, and his spiritual power was almost exhausted. Half an hour later, Jiang Ning barely replenished his spiritual power. He activated the key concealment technique to cover his body, and walked to the transformer box. The 2 men who were following him were fighting mosquitoes, and didn't notice his presence at all. Ignoring the 2 of them, Jiang Ning sat down cross-legged, and began to temper his body. He still chose the wire, used the big hand transformed by the 9 heavens divine thunder technique, grabbed it up, and immediately deprived a large amount of current, which drilled into his body, and tempered his muscles and bones. Yanbo sat at the door of the factory with a tired face. He begged for help everywhere during the day, and finally restored the power before dark after a lot of effort. Seeing the machine start to run, a few minutes later, the worker ran over to tell him that the sewage pipe was blocked, and the sewage could not be discharged. He hurriedly took people to check, and after a long time, he finally fixed it. Yanbo felt so damn unlucky. 2 things happened at the same time, which meant that someone must be secretly messing with it. Otherwise, how could there be problems with electricity and drainage? For this reason, he specially found 2 big men to follow him, and vowed that, as long as he caught the messenger, he would beat him up severely. Only in this way can he reduce the anger in his heart. Yanbo listened to the roaring machines in the factory, and felt much more at ease. He took a puff of smoke beautifully. The smoke jumped melodiously in his lungs, and Yanbo's mood jumped with it. Life is beautiful. However, before he exhaled a puff of smoke, the connected machines, as if they had agreed, suddenly went silent. Just like the vigorous cicadas in summer suddenly fell silent. In the silent factory, even the headlights dimmed a lot. Some clever workers immediately shouted, "Boss, the voltage has become low again. The machine can't turn." Yanbo was stunned, and the familiar light pain surged in his heart, and he couldn't breathe. Cough, cough, cough. The smoke blocked his lungs, making Yanbo cough violently. The change came too suddenly, and his happiness froze along with the machine. He hurried to check the situation, and this time, he saw that the voltage had indeed become low. It happened again, and it happened again, exactly the same as that day. Yanbo's expression was gloomy. He picked up his mobile phone and called the 2 stalkers. "What's going on? Did you catch anyone?" "No, boss, there's no one here except mosquitoes." Yanbo was so confused. Everything was normal, why did the voltage suddenly drop? The wiring in the factory was a reinforced version, very powerful, and this situation had never occurred before. He really had no choice but to call the electrician from last time. The one-night stoppage meant a loss of several thousand yuan. The electrician answered the phone and got up overnight to rush here. Yanbo was generous and paid a lot of money, so the electrician didn't delay a penny and arrived quickly. Yanbo followed the electrician with a light, checking the cause of the voltage drop, and walked to the river dam transformer box in a familiar manner. The electrician took a look and spread his hands, indicating that there was nothing he could do. The problem was with the transformer box and he couldn't fix it. But at least he received a hard work fee from Yanbo, so he comforted him. "Boss, this time is much better than last time. At least the power didn't go out. Maybe it will be back to normal in a while." Hearing the electrician's words, Yanbo's depressed expression did not diminish at all. Jiang Ning sat cross-legged near the transformer box, watching the group of people. That young man should be the leader, right? Jiang Ning thought. Yanbo saw that the electrician couldn't solve the problem, and he felt helpless. He couldn't call the power supply bureau. They were paid by the government. He did have some connections, but he couldn't call the power supply bureau at night. He could only find someone to fix it tomorrow. He thought again. It's summer now, and the electricity consumption of residents is high. After 12 o'clock, maybe it will recover. Yanbo comforted himself in this way, and his mood improved a lot. "Let's go back," Yanbo shouted. The two stalkers asked, "Boss, are we going back too?" "Well, let's go back. The voltage is low, the factory has stopped, and there is no need to stalk." Jiang Ning saw a group of people leaving, and his figure slowly emerged from the night. The progress of today's practice has been achieved. He stopped absorbing electricity and went down the dam instead, and came to the location of the sewage pipe by the stream silently. With a move of his virtual hand, he first attracted mud and blocked the end of the sewage pipe, and then used his spiritual power to slap it. Then, he paced to the middle of the drainage pipe, cut off the pipe with a sword, and repeated the previous behavior of mud blocking the water pipe. After finishing, Jiang Ning looked at his work and nodded with satisfaction. He had blocked 2 places in the sewage pipe, so it would be much more difficult to repair it. Before leaving, Jiang Ning passed by the dam, swung out a green sword energy with his backhand, drilled into the transformer box, and cut off the evil wire. Just after it was cut, Yanbo's cell phone rang, before he even reached the factory. "Boss, it's bad. The lights are out." Yanbo, he instantly became furious. His hair stood on end, his fingers trembled, and he resisted the urge to smash his phone. At this moment, Yanbo felt that the whole world was bullying him. Check it for me," Yanbo shouted angrily. "Fuck. Bullying an honest man. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 28. I'm an alchemist. After Jiang Ning got home, he checked the time. It was 2 o'clock in the morning. He brought a basin of water, heated it with flames, and poured it on his body. Then he used magic to dry his clothes. Then, Jiang Ning closed his eyes and rested. Half an hour later, his spiritual power was restored to fullness, and his heart was also peaceful. His school bag was open beside him, and medicinal herbs wrapped in plastic wrap were piled up. He flicked his hand gently, and the herbs flew out of the school bag in an orderly manner, and lined up in front of him. Jiang Ning was preparing to refine the key gathering pill, to quickly improve his cultivation. Alchemy is a skill of cultivating immortals, just like many professions in the real world, such as doctors, cooks, and engineers. However, alchemy is difficult to master. It not only requires extremely high talent, but also consumes a lot of resources. A genuine alchemist will be looked up to, no matter where he goes. Jiang Ning is not a professional alchemist, but he had several exclusive alchemists in Loyan sect. When he was bored, he asked them for alchemy skills. Facing a in great perfection cultivator like Jiang Ning, the alchemists naturally did not dare to put on airs. So Jiang Ning has several alchemist inheritances. Jiang Ning urged his magic power, flicked his finger forward, and a straight spiritual flame shot out. The pure white spiritual flame leaped, and the surrounding space was distorted and mottled. The spiritual flame is different from ordinary flames. It is evolved by cultivators using skills or natural materials. The most notable feature is that the temperature is extremely high and can melt metal instantly. If a person is infected, the spiritual flame uses the human body as fuel and will burn into a ball of ash in a few seconds. It is necessary for killing and robbing. Some desperate criminals often carry a spiritual flame with them. Jiang Ning mastered more than a dozen spiritual flames in his previous life. When it comes to playing with fire, he is a professional. Secondly, the spiritual flame is necessary for refining elixirs. The spiritual flame is formed by spiritual power. When purifying the essence of herbs, it can undergo qualitative changes and achieve the conditions required for the production of elixirs. Jiang Ning stared at the white spiritual flame and suddenly slapped it down. The spiritual power formed an air wave, and more than a dozen herbs flew into the air. Looking at the spiritual herbs in front of him, Jiang Ning's face was embarrassed. He forgot that he was not the Yuan Ying's engine in his previous life. With his current spiritual power, if he extracted multiple herbs at once, he would definitely fail. After thinking about it, the herbs fell again, leaving only a green herb in the air. The spiritual consciousness covered the herbs. Jiang Ning's profound knowledge of herbs instantly determined the age, color, and remaining medicinal effects of this herb, as well as the spiritual flame temperature and method used to extract the essence. None of these things can go wrong, otherwise the effect of the elixir refined will be greatly reduced, or even fail. Jiang Ning flicked his finger, and the spiritual flame rolled to the herb, wrapping it up completely. As soon as the herbs touched the spiritual flame, they burned into a ball of green liquid medicine like paper. The ball of liquid medicine rolled in the spiritual flame, reflecting the bright moonlight outside. This is the time to test the technique the most. If the temperature of the spiritual flame is too high, the liquid medicine will evaporate. If the temperature is low, it will not be able to refine the herbs. Only at a suitable temperature can the spiritual power contained in the spiritual flame be moistened into the liquid medicine, and water and fire will blend. Jiang Ning concentrated on controlling the spiritual flame, and his consciousness hovered tightly. Soon, black spots appeared in the green liquid medicine, which looked very abrupt. The spiritual flame separated and turned into a sharp needle, which pierced into the liquid medicine to remove those black spots. These black spots are impurities. If they are not removed, it will greatly affect the subsequent alchemy. Black spots appeared one by one and were removed by Jiang Ning one by one, until finally, there were no more spots in the liquid medicine. At this time, the liquid medicine shrank to half its previous size. Crystal clear, like a gem, it has undergone a qualitative change from the original. This ball of liquid medicine cannot be produced by human technology at present, because it involves the field of spiritual power. This also means that this ball of liquid medicine is qualified. Jiang Ning waved his fingers lightly, and the liquid medicine was transferred to a slightly farther position. He breathed a sigh of relief, picked up another herb, and began to extract the essence. This time, the liquid medicine formed by the herb was vermilion, like a drop of blood. Then came the next dozen herbs. The whole process was extremely cumbersome, testing his mental strength, magic power, and spiritual consciousness. When all the herbs were extracted, a ball of liquid medicine and a ball of medicine dust appeared in front of Jiang Ning. Some herbs are dry grass, so after quenching, the essence is hidden in the medicine dust. The next step is the most skilled testing step in alchemy, fusion into pills. Jiang Ning did not delay, and the spiritual power flicked, and the liquid medicine began to fuse according to fixed steps. If someone who did not understand it fused it without authorization, it would only destroy the liquid medicine in vain. The two groups of liquid medicine merged, and the contact of different properties was like hot oil touching cold water, and a strange hissing sound suddenly appeared. In an instant, countless black spots appeared. Jiang Ning did not delay at all. The spirit flame became a needle. 9 spirit flame needles were formed in a row. They stabbed the liquid medicine together and gently removed the impurities. The action was done in one go. Extreme technology is art. If Zhu Yuantang was next to him, he would definitely not dare to say that she could do it. Thinking of this, Jiang Ning smiled faintly. Groups of liquid medicine and dust merged, and steam rose. The liquid medicine formed was as big as an egg, or it was not liquid medicine, because this group of liquid medicine began to transform into a solid, and it already had the prototype of a pill, which is often called a medicine embryo. Jiang Ning looked at the last group of viscous milk-colored liquid medicine in the air. This was the auxiliary liquid medicine needed for the key gathering pill. Enter. Jiang Ning gave the order, and the milky liquid covered the medicine embryo. As soon as it came into contact, a fresh medicine fragrance came out, which made people feel refreshed and comfortable. The medicine fragrance only lasted for a moment. Lock. Jiang Ning used magic to lock the medicine fragrance, to prevent the medicine power from evaporating. He cast another spell, and the medicine embryo, which was originally the size of an egg, suddenly disintegrated and dispersed into 12 white medicine embryos. The spiritual flame rolled it together, and the spiritual flame rotated rapidly, to form a vortex of flames. The 12 white medicine embryos rotated rapidly in the vortex. This step is called polishing, in order to encapsulate the medicine power, achieve the effect of warming the medicine embryo, and make it into a pill. In the continuous rotation, the medicine embryos gradually shrank, and finally became about the size of a fingertip. The spiritual flame finally extinguished, and the 12 key gathering pills were suspended in the air, shining with white luster all over their bodies, and an ancient symbol was engraved on the surface. This is the unique symbol of Jiang Ning, the master of alchemy. It means that the work of the true Lord Jiang Ning, not foolish. After admiring it for half a minute, Jiang Ning waved his hand in the air, and a delicate white jade bottle on the table suddenly flew over, sucking pills into the bottle one by one, and finally sealed it with a cork. Only one key gathering pill was left, and Jiang Ning swallowed it directly into his abdomen. The medicinal power exploded, turning into a surging spiritual power that rushed to his meridians, making his meridians swell and ache. Jiang Ning was a natural spiritual root, and his efficiency in absorbing pills was extremely high. This key gathering pill is about 50% less effective than the pills made by the alchemist of Loyan sect. It's not that my alchemy skills are not as good as the alchemist, but the efficacy of herbs in this world is not as good as that of the immortal world. Even so, one pill is worth 3 or 4 days of hard practice. Swallowing one pill every day is more than 3 times the speed of practice. It's a pity that, if it were a key gathering pill from the immortal world, it would at least provide 7 times the speed of practice. If you want to be faster, you have to pay more attention to the quality of the herbs. Jiang Ning already had a clue in his mind. While refining the medicinal power, Jiang Ning thought about the future layout. Later, he could refine a batch of targeted pills, find a glove as a specimen, and push them to the market. In the future, Jiang Ning knew how much profit the medicine could bring, and there were many fields that could be involved, such as ophthalmology, cosmetology, and hair growth. Any direction could allow him to plunder a large amount of assets. With this financial resources, he could buy land, set up a large formation, absorb the spiritual power of the world, and nourish the herbs. He, Jiang Ning, wanted to use the resources of this world to produce a golden elixir cultivator. Chapter 29 I really know how to ride a bike. September 12, 5 p.m. Zhu Yuantang was very surprised that Jiang Ning hadn't gone out all day. She clearly heard Jiang Ning coming back before going to bed last night, but there was no movement next door today, and there was no smell of cooking. This means that Jiang Ning didn't eat during the day. Did he sleep in? She couldn't help but think, it shouldn't be like this. Jiang Ning is a very self-disciplined man. Although he comes back very late every night, he will get up on time every morning. After not seeing Jiang Ning for a day, Zhu Yuantang always felt that something was missing, but it seemed that Jiang Ning was always there, because she was connected to Jiang Ning's Wi-Fi. I have to go to evening self-study today. Jiang Ning won't forget it. Should I call him? Zhu Yuantang suddenly remembered that she didn't have Jiang Ning's phone number. This was a bit embarrassing. She took someone's car for several days and used someone's Wi-Fi, but she didn't have a number or questions friends. Ask him for one tonight. Zhu Yuantang was thinking this way, and at this time, Jiang Ning pushed open the door. Jiang Ning, did you sleep in? Zhu Yuantang asked him. Jiang Ning nodded. After refining the key gathering pill last night, it was not far from dawn. Later, he absorbed the medicinal power of the pill and improved his cultivation and accidentally stayed up all night. So he slept until today. Have you eaten? I made dumplings. Do you want to try my cooking skills? Zhu Yuantang said. Okay. It just so happens that I haven't eaten either. Come with me. Zhu Yuantang was the only one at home. Aunt Gu was not at home. According to Jiang Ning's observation in the past 2 days, Aunt Gu seemed to have found a cashier job in a restaurant in the city and would not come back until after 9 o'clock every night. Zhu Yuantang made 3 servings of dumplings. She ate half a serving and Jiang Ning ate 2.5 servings. Jiang Ning carried the folding table to the door and moved to small stools. Zhu Yuantang prepared a bowl of dumpling dipping sauce. The two gathered around the small table, facing the sunset, eating and talking. Jiang Ning, what's your questions number? Zhu Yuantang asked first. She was never a hesitant person. Jiang Ning told Zhu Yuantang her questions number, and after searching, she saw that Jiang Ning's questions level was 2 moons. Her level was 1 sun and 2 moons, and she immediately felt like she had won. In order to upgrade, she was willing to spend traffic and keep her questions on the background every day. After Jiang Ning accepted the friend request, she saw Jiang Ning's distinguished iPhone online, and the joy of victory just now was gone, and the dumplings in her mouth were no longer fragrant. Jiang Ning didn't know that Zhu Yuantang would still compare like this. You have to know that everyone in the future will use WeChat, and questions levels and the like are not important at all. After Jiang Ning agreed to her questions, she found that there were several messages in the list. One of them was sent by Shen Qinj the day before yesterday. Jiang Ning, are you going home during the holidays? Jiang Ning replied casually, no. The other side replied in seconds, did you borrow someone else's phone? Shen Qinj happened to be online, and when she saw Jiang Ning's iPhone online, she was a little unbelievable. She knew Jiang Ning's family conditions very well. His parents were workers and didn't make much money a year. His parents couldn't buy him an iPhone. He should have borrowed someone else's phone and logged in to show off. Jiang Ning glanced at it, but didn't reply. He logged out. After years of working in the future, he hated meaningless socializing. He might as well eat 2 more dumplings made by Zhu Yuantang while they were still hot. After eating the dumplings, Zhu Yuantang went to wash the dishes. Jiang Ning spent a few bucks on a pill and sat on a small stool to cultivate his immortality. On the way to school, Zhu Yuantang couldn't refuse Jiang Ning's invitation, so he reluctantly sat on the backseat of the mountain bike. Jiang Ning thought the mountain bike given by his cousin Jiang Junlang was really good. It had a fender at the back and an extra soft seat, which was especially suitable for carrying people. Zhu Yuantang sat sideways, her slender legs swaying in the wind. Jiang Ning was very good at riding a bike. No matter how she shook, the bike was still smooth and stable. Looking at Jiang Ning's back, she felt inexplicably at ease, as if Jiang Ning would stand in front of her and protect her from any danger ahead. The next moment, Zhu Yuantang felt ashamed for this. She was Zhu Yuantang? What a joke. She needed to be protected. Jiang Ning, I'll take you on a bike tomorrow. Zhu Yuantang patted his chest and spoke out. Goodbye, Aunt Gu said you can't ride a bike. Zhu Yuantang was stunned and thought absurdly, it's over, I was betrayed by my mother? Zhu Yuantang was so ashamed by Jiang Ning's revelation. Wouldn't her image in Jiang Ning's heart drop several levels instantly? No, I must explain to my mother when I go back tonight and tell her not to tell Jiang Ning everything. She is wrong. I just can't ride an electric scooter, but I can ride a bicycle. If you don't believe me, get off and I'll ride it for you to see. Zhu Yuantang argued. Is it true? This is the first time I heard that you can ride a bicycle, but not an electric scooter? Jiang Ning said exaggeratedly. Seeing Jiang Ning's shock, Zhu Yuantang said with satisfaction, of course, I'm more special. I can ride a bicycle very fast. I can drift 180 degrees. I can also ride a bicycle with the handlebars off. You know what it means to take it off, right? No need for handrails, freeing your hands. You can also take it off to turn. Zhu Yuantang said it very seriously, and gradually, she convinced herself. Jiang Ning's head hurts. Oh, then you try it. Zhu Yuantang, Jiang Ning is so annoying. In the end, Zhu Yuantang found an excuse, saying that she was not suitable for riding a bike today, and fooled her. Yazhao number 4 middle school, a bench in the small garden. Linzada gave the boy next to him a bottle of Red Bull and asked him, Wan Yang, you told me the day before yesterday that there was a fight in your class during the military training evening self-study, right? Yes, brother Lin. The one who fought was called Song Sheng, and he was kicked out directly. The scene was very exciting. Now when it comes to this topic, Wang Yang is still full of sex. Linzada smiled. He hadn't seen it with his own eyes, and he didn't feel the same way as Wang Yang. He asked about this today because his cousin Ding Xuan asked him for help. Interestingly, after Song Sheng was sent to the 3rd People's Hospital yesterday, Ding Xuan asked Uncle Han from the 3rd hospital this morning. Uncle Han found a senior orthopedic doctor, checked it out, and told them that judging from the injury, Song Sheng had a fracture caused by an object hitting him. Linzada and others found it incredible because they did not see anyone attacking Song Sheng. In addition to being surprised, Ding Xuan asked him to find out about Song Sheng. "Do you still remember who fought with Song Sheng?" he asked. Wang Yang nodded. He had shared this with Linzada before, and Linzada didn't care who it was. Now that he suddenly asked, he didn't hide it. Jiang Ning in our class is quite interesting. His military posture during military training is very standard. Even instructor Lee praised him. At that time, we thought he was only good at standing in a military posture, but we didn't expect him to be so fierce in fighting. Wang Yang had a good impression of Jiang Ning. He saw Jiang Ning standing up for his classmates that day. He wholeheartedly agreed with this kind of behavior full of justice. Linzada pretended to be interested and asked, did he have a conflict with Song Sheng? Why did they fight? No conflict. Song Sheng and Shan Kexuan had a fight at the back of the classroom that day. Song Sheng knocked over several tables. This thing is really fierce. I guess ordinary people can't beat him. Later, the two were pulled apart, and the matter was resolved. As a result, Jiang Ning stood up and asked Song Sheng to apologize to the students whose tables he knocked over. Then they started fighting. It should be said that Song Sheng was beaten unilaterally. After Song Sheng was kicked down, Jiang Ning was like this. Wang Yang grabbed a handful of grass on the ground and lifted it lightly. Jiang Ning directly pulled him up. It hurts to watch. Linzada imagined the scene and felt uncomfortable all over. Please help me ask tonight if Jiang Ning and Song Sheng have any other conflicts, he urged. Wang Yang said that he had no objection. His family was in the compound, but it was only the lowest level. Linzada was absolutely at the top. Wang Yang had always wanted to integrate into their circle, but he couldn't at all. Now Linzada has something to ask him. He is eager. Although the first year high school students are only 15 or 16 years old, they are not stupid. Some of them are experienced, and their mental maturity is no less than that of adults. People like Wang Yang who were born in a compound have been influenced by their environment since childhood, and know the ways of the world very early. Chapter 30, Master Key. Jiang Ning and Zhu Yuantang entered the class together. Although they always entered together and left together at night, people might think they were in love, but Zhu Yuantang didn't care. Even if she was suspected, she didn't care. When the monthly exam came, she would use her grades to crush all the rumors. Zhu Yuantang had already thought about it. After the monthly exam, the class would be relocated. She would sit at the same table with Jiang Ning and tutor him well. Thinking of this, she subconsciously glanced at Jiang Ning's seat. Jiang Ning sat in the corner by the window, silently looking at the campus outside the window. Ma Shichen next to him had a weird posture, holding a mobile phone, and his body twisted and deflected from time to time. "What are you doing?" Jiang Ning asked him. Ma Shichen's face was full of excitement. "There is Wi-Fi in our class. I unlocked it with the master key, and I'm looking for a signal. But now there is only one signal." He shook his body while talking, and then put his phone against the wall. The Wi-Fi signal on the phone suddenly became 2 bars, and the network speed was 200 kb/s. Ma Shichen was very happy and quickly opened Wandao to download games. The game he downloaded was the cracked Android version of Asphalt 7. "Fuck, there's Wi-Fi." Hu Jian passed by and glanced at Ma Shichen's phone. He saw the Wi-Fi logo on it and quickly took out his Oppo phone to search. "Ma Shichen, what's the password?" he asked. Ma Shichen was a little unhappy to see someone trying to steal his internet connection, but he couldn't refuse, so he had to say, "Use master key to unlock the password." In 2013, the installation volume of master key was very terrifying. Most students had it on their phones in order to unlock the Wi-Fi password anytime and anywhere. In fact, what they don't know is that Master Key's ability to unlock Wi-Fi passwords is very weak, but it has a very interesting function. As long as you install this software and connect to any Wi-Fi, it will quietly upload the password to the cloud. If you have Wi-Fi at home and you happen to have the Master Key software on your phone, then others can easily connect to your Wi-Fi with Master Key. You want to take advantage of other people's Wi-Fi, but you don't know that your own Wi-Fi password will also be leaked. In addition, the installation volume of this software is terrifying, so the number of Wi-Fis that can be unlocked is quite considerable. After Hu Jun connected to the Wi-Fi, he immediately clicked on Yaoku to play a video. While it was loading on his end, the speed on Ma Shicheng's end suddenly dropped from 200 kb to 50 kb in an instant. Ma Shicheng was annoyed, but he couldn't say anything. Who could he blame if his mobile phone couldn't grab the network from others? He had to leave his seat and start looking for a Wi-Fi signal in the classroom. After Hu Jun connected to the Wi-Fi, he found that the speed was okay, so he called his friends to connect as well. Not to mention the boys, some girls also took out their phones to look for Wi-Fi. Jiang Ning found it funny. These days are really interesting. For a Wi-Fi, people can do all kinds of freeloading. Zhenglu at the front desk was bored to death. Seeing others playing with their phones, she felt a little itchy. She turned to the back and found that Jiang Ning was unmoved, so she asked curiously, "Jiang Ning, why don't you connect to the Wi-Fi? It seems that there is nothing to download." Jiang Ning glanced at her. The girl was not the type of girl who was particularly thin like Shenkinj. She had a little baby fat on her face and wore a blue t-shirt. From Jiang Ning's perspective, it looked heavy. "Can I borrow your phone to log into questions? I'll return it to you right away, thank you," Zhenglu said embarrassedly. Jiang Ning took out her phone and handed it over. Zhenglu was stunned when she saw the model of Jiang Ning's phone. She knew it was an iPhone 5. She didn't expect Jiang Ning to be rich. That's right. I remember that when school started, Jiang Ning was wearing Adidas clothes. I guess his family conditions were not bad. What surprised her was that Jiang Ning's iPhone was not in a case, and it seemed that there was no film on it. Wasn't he afraid of breaking it? She was a little worried that it would be terrible if it accidentally fell. She waved her hand and said, "Forget it." Hearing her say this, Jiang Ning was a little strange, but she didn't ask any more questions. After this, Zhenglu's impression of Jiang Ning improved a lot. He has a sense of justice, is generous, and looks a little handsome. He is much better than the narcissistic Ma Shicheng. Jiang Ning, Shan Qingrong said tonight that there will be an election for class monitor and study committee member. Do you want to try? Zhenglu asked. Girls care more about this aspect. Jiang Ning said, "Forget it. I'm not suitable." "How can it be? If you run for election, I think many people will vote for you." Zhenglu was telling the truth. After that day, some girls discussed Jiang Ning privately, saying that he was handsome, but he was a little short. As a result, Zhenglu saw Jiang Ning today and found that he was not short at all. He immediately caught up with Ma Shicheng, who was 175 cm tall. "I think Huang Zhangfei is more suitable," Jiang Ning said. In his previous life, Huang Zhangfei was the class monitor and was very popular with classmates. Zhenglu didn't say anything. Although Jiang Ning was good, there was indeed a gap between him and the handsome Huang Zhangfei. If the handsomeness of class 8 was divided into 10 buckets, it is no exaggeration to say that Huang Zhangfei alone occupied 9 buckets. The two chatted like this. Although Jiang Ning didn't have much interest in talking, he didn't spoil the fun of facing a cute and well-proportioned girl. He occasionally expressed some unique insights. As a result, Zhenglu and Jiang Ning chatted very comfortably. Jiang Ning seemed to understand everything she said and never interrupted her. So Zhenglu became bolder and spoke more and more naturally. Most of the time, she was the one talking. Many girls are like this. They think you are suitable for chatting, so they will talk non-stop. They are all trivial things, such as a teacher they hate in elementary school, or a little thing they like. They will tell you all about it, one after another, expressing their joys, sorrows, anger, and happiness, and you can't get in the conversation at all. After Shen Qinj arrived in the class, she subconsciously looked at Jiang Ning's position and saw such a picture. Her face, which was originally smiling slightly, suddenly turned cold. In the afternoon, she sent a message to Jiang Ning on questions, but Jiang Ning didn't reply to her, which made her very unhappy. Now I finally figured it out. It turns out that ignoring her means that he has found a new girl. Great, great. You have only been in Yazhou for a few days, and you have hooked up with a new woman. Why didn't I think you were so wild before? She glanced at the two of them coldly, and her eyes especially stayed on Zhenglu's face for a few seconds. Shen Qingjie knew all the pretty girls in the class. She remembered Zhenglu, who was good looking, but not as pretty as her. She couldn't understand why Jiang Ning fell in love with someone else so quickly. Since coming to Yazhou, she seemed to no longer be able to control Jiang Ning. This feeling of loss of control made her feel very uncomfortable, and even frustrated. Okay, Jiang Ning, since you are ruthless, don't blame me for being ungrateful. Shen Qingjie was really angry this time, and she swore that she would never talk to Jiang Ning again. Until the bell rang for evening self-study, Zhenglu ended the conversation with an unsatisfied look. She turned around and found that she and Jiang Ning had talked so much, even though they had only known each other for a few days. But it was so comfortable to chat with Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning was clean and had a pleasant fragrance on his body, which made her feel relaxed and happy. It must be a great experience to be friends with him. Zhenglu was full of imagination. Chapter 31. You will regret it. After the bell rang, Shan Qingrang came to the class and stood on the podium to start calling the roll. After calling the roll, there were 52 students in the class, and 51 were present. Song Sheng was not there. The classmates in the class also realized that Song Sheng was not there because of Song Sheng's inexplicable screams during military training and the class fight. He had a strong presence and everyone in class 8 knew his name. Shan Qingrang knew the reason. This morning, Song Sheng's parents called and said that his leg was broken and he asked for a month's leave. The school hasn't started yet and a student is gone. Shan Qingrang felt strange. Shan Qingrang waved his hand and shouted, "Boys in the last 3 rows, follow me to the number 2 comprehensive building to move books." When school just started, many tall boys would consciously sit at the back of the classroom. Shan Qingrang's move was very reasonable. So Ji Yuokunan, Shan Keiquan, Hu Jun, Ma Shicheng and others who were sitting at the back followed Shan Qingrang out, and Jiang Ning was among them. Zhenglu saw Jiang Ning leaving and made a gesture to him. Although Huang Zhangfei was sitting in the front, he raised his hand to indicate that he would also move the books. Faced with such a self-conscious classmate, Shan Qingrang agreed on the spot. Other students stay to study. After saying this, Shan Qingrang also left. It is impossible to study quietly, especially for Wang Yang, who was sitting in the 3rd row, and it was not his turn to move the books. Taking this opportunity, he thought about what Lin Sada had told him. Wang Yang set his sights on Deng Qingfeng and asked him for information. "Qingfeng, Song Sheng didn't come today. Do you know what happened to him?" Deng Qingfeng glanced at Wang Yang after hearing what he said. They were deskmates, and Wang Yang was in good condition. Deng Qingfeng felt that they were of the same level and could be friends in the future, so he said, "I don't know, but people like Song Sheng should not come to school." Although Deng Qingfeng was not afraid of Song Sheng, he didn't want to provoke that lunatic. After all, lunatics are unreasonable. Oh, okay. Wang Yang didn't have any hope in the first place. He just used this to open the topic. He looked around and found that everyone was chatting and no one was paying attention to him. So he continued to ask, "By the way, did Jiang Ning and Song Sheng have any conflicts? For example, during the military training?" Deng Qingfeng wondered why Wang Yang suddenly asked these questions, but he knew one thing: there must be a conflict. He said with a somewhat uncertain tone. Wang Yang's eyes lit up, an unexpected surprise. "What conflict?" Deng Qingfeng had a good memory. He thought about it and said, "On the first day of military training, Instructor Lee asked us to march in step, but we walked the wrong way. Instructor Lee asked us questions, and no one in the class answered. Instructor Lee continued to yell, and Jiang Ning said, 'I understand,' and then other students followed and said, 'I understand.' Do you remember this?" Deng Qingfeng said. After all, the military training had just ended a few days ago. "Yes, I remember." Instructor Lee was too fierce at the time, and no one dared to answer. Wang Yang recalled carefully, and he realized that Jiang Ning was indeed unusual. In that situation, he dared to stand out. Deng Qingfeng said, after Jiang Ning responded with "I understand." Song Sheng said something in private, mocking Jiang Ning for being the one who likes to stand out, and it was not a good thing anyway. I was standing next to him, so I heard it clearly. Jiang Ning must have heard it too, but he didn't say anything. Later, Song Sheng suddenly went crazy and started screaming. Deng Qingfeng sighed, it's retribution. Song Sheng didn't come today, maybe he went crazy. He cursed. After Wang Yang heard it, his eyes moved. He remembered it firmly, and planned to find Lin Zida after class, and repeat it to him. In fact, he could directly send questions to tell Lin Zida, but he decided to get familiar with him, and talk to him in person so as to get closer. The classmate who moved the textbooks came back soon. Jiang Ning was holding a pile of books, and behaved very ordinary. Under normal circumstances, Jiang Ning didn't like to be in the limelight. He just wanted to cultivate himself quietly. As the textbooks were distributed, a thick mountain of books was piled on the desk. Ma Shicheng and his friends were very excited. With the cover of books, playing with mobile phones in class in the future would be more concealed. Wouldn't it be great? Okay, have you received the books? Next, let's select class cadres. Class monitor, life committee member, study committee member, sports committee member, and art committee member. Shan Qingrang briefly explained the duties of each class cadre, and finally said, those who want to be class cadres, please speak on the stage now. Finally, the candidate will be determined based on the number of people who raise their hands. If no one runs for a class cadre, I will designate him. Shan Qingrang smiled with a round face. After Shan Qingrang finished speaking, there was a commotion below. Ma Shicheng said, Brother Nan, why don't you go up and be the class monitor? This area will be under your protection in the future. What kind of class monitor is Jiuo Kunan? He still wants to play games in class in the future. Forget it, I think you can do it. You are a good talker. Why don't you go up and be one? He said. Ma Shicheng wanted to run for election, but he couldn't bring himself to do it. He felt embarrassed to speak in front of the whole class. Jiang Ning, I think you can try to be the sports committee member. You have good physical fitness and standard military posture. Ma Shicheng said that Jiang Ning did not compete with him for the Wi-Fi before, and he was very pleased and wanted to give Jiang Ning some advice. Shan Kaikun interrupted and said, indeed, my brother Ning can give it a try. Jiang Ning refused. The sports committee member is a class cadre who organizes students to line up for exercises every day and leads the students to run in the front. Students who are absent from the exercises must be recorded and reported to the class teacher. Once a sports meeting is held, he will be busy running around. He has no interest in it. When the class was noisy, Shen Qinj left her seat and walked up to the podium. Ma Shicheng saw someone going up and quickly looked over. Shen Qinj tied her ponytail, wore a beige t-shirt, matched with denim shorts, and a pair of white shoes under her white legs, looking youthful and beautiful. Jiuo Kunan muttered, Brother Ma, out of 10, how many points do you give? Ma Shicheng glanced at him and said, 1 point for the face, 2 points for the figure, I'll give it 7 points. Wow, so many points for the figure? I think it's good, Finn. I like this kind. Jiuo Kunan disagreed. You don't understand. Ma Shicheng pretended to be profound. Kaikuen, what do you think? Jiuo Kunan asked again. I think it's good looking. I'll give it 9 points, my type. Shan Kaikuen said. The honest looking Hu-jun spoke up. I think 6 points is too much. This time even Ma Shicheng was stunned. He thought he had a high standard, and giving 7 points was already considered low, but Hu-jun gave 6 points. He was curious, what kind do you like, Brother Jun? Hu-jun said calmly, older ones. How old? Ma Shicheng asked. Over 35. Ma Shicheng, Jiuo Kunan, and Shan Kaikuen were all dumbfounded. You are such a talent. During the chat, Shen Qinj finished her speech and applause broke out from the audience. Ma Shicheng followed suit and applauded. By the way, what class leader did Shen Qinj run for? The few people looked at each other, and Jiang Ning said at the right time, Arts and Culture Committee member. Shan Qingrang said, are there any other students running for Arts and Culture Committee member? Another girl came up, and it was Jiang Ning's deskmate. Jiang Lu introduced herself. After waiting for a minute, no students stood up, so Shan Qingrang asked everyone to vote by raising their hands. Shen Qinj narrowly defeated Jiang Lu. Shan Qingrang made the decision. Shen Qinj will be the Arts and Culture Committee member. He wrote Shen Qinj's name next to the Arts and Culture Committee member on the blackboard. Wow, Qinj, you really got elected. Yuan said excitedly. Listening to her deskmate's words, Shen Qinj showed a reserved smile. Although she was happy in her heart, she did not show it on her face. She glanced at the corner, where Jiang Ning was. It was still messy and inconspicuous, while her side was the center of the class. So she was even more pleased with herself. Look, Jiang Ning, not long after the start of school, I've already walked ahead of you. In the future, the gap between us will grow larger and larger. One day, you will regret your change of heart today. By that time, no matter how heartbroken you are, I won't pay any attention to you. She imagined Jiang Ning's heartbroken and regretful look in the future. At this moment, Shen Qinj actually felt a sense of pleasure in revenge. Chapter 32 Crouching Dragon and Phoenix. Ahem. Shan Qingrang shouted. Next, students who want to be the above class cadres can come up and speak. Huang Zhangfei stood up and spoke, starting the battle for class monitor. In addition to Huang Zhangfei, Bai Yuxia also went up, as well as Dong Qingfeng. All three wanted to be class monitor. Next was voting. Huang Zhangfei defeated the two with a crushing advantage, and won the position of class monitor. There was no way, when raising hands to vote, almost all the girls chose Huang Zhangfei, and he was directly invincible. After Dong Qingfeng failed, he fought again for the study committee member, and was finally successfully elected. Ma Shichen cursed. Why did you let him be the study committee member? This grandson doesn't look like a good person. Jiuo Kunan said, fuck, if you don't think he is a good person, why don't you go up and run for election? Ma Shichen was silent for a while and asked him, do I look like the material for study? Hu Jun said, brother, do you think I look like the life committee member? Yes, you look like an honest person. You will definitely not be greedy for money. I believe you. Jiuo Kunan patted him on the shoulder. Then I'll go up later. Remember to vote for me. Hu Jun bravely walked up to the podium to run for the life committee member, but there was no opponent, and he was directly identified by Shan Qingrang. Next, there was the last sports committee member left, and Zhang Kai, who wore glasses and had a strong body, went up and took it. Shan Qingrang announced that the election of class cadres for class 8 of senior 1 was over, and then he made a speech to let them work hard and serve the class, and finally received applause. Tomorrow, everyone will pay 10 yuan for class fees, which will be used by the class to buy cleaning supplies and water dispensers, and will be handed over to the life committee. Hu Jun, you count them, and every expense in the future must be written on the small blackboard at the back for everyone to see. Shan Qingrang arranged a task for Hu Jun. Hu Jun was immediately full of energy. He had never been a class cadre in his life. After the first class of the evening self-study class, Ma Shicheng and others found a new place to use Wi-Fi, located in a small garden 40 meters in front of class 8's classroom, so the boys in the 2 rows behind ran to use the Wi-Fi like wild dogs. During the break, 2 boys were pushing and shoving at the back of the classroom. Jiang Ning looked at them, and their faces changed. Recalling Jiang Ning's kick that day, they ran outside to make trouble. Jiang Ning only glanced at the 2 of them. He was a little surprised by their reaction. He stood up and stood in the corridor outside. It was already dark. In the experimental class next door, the lights were bright and the atmosphere was quiet. Many students were sitting at their desks flipping through books and preparing for their lessons. It must be said that compared to the noise of ordinary classes, students in the experimental class are indeed more hardworking. High school courses are much more difficult than junior high school courses. Not only do you need talent, but you also need to practice a lot of questions to get good grades in the college entrance examination. If you don't work hard, you will be surpassed by others. The education level of Yuzhou City ranks low in Anhui province. Although number 4 middle school is one of the top 3 high schools in Yuzhou City, it is more than one level behind number 2 middle school. the source of students in Yuzhou number 2 middle school is several times that of number 4 middle school. Almost all the best students in the entire Yuzhou city are concentrated in number 2 middle school, and the best teachers are also in number 2 middle school. In the end, the college entrance examination is a unified competition. Is this fair to the students of number 4 middle school? It's not fair. Is it fair to Yuzhou number 2 middle school? It's not fair either, because the provincial capital has better educational resources. But for those township middle schools, the students of number 4 middle school are countless times luckier. If I were just an ordinary person, even if I had to do it again, I would probably have to study hard and try to pass the single plank bridge of the college entrance examination. It's a pity that I'm a cultivator. Jiang Ning stood in the corridor like this, with a distant look. Suddenly, his spiritual consciousness fluctuated, and Jiang Ning looked over. One was Wang Yang from their class, and the other was Lin Zida, who was shouting on the court that day. Jiang Ning, why are you standing here? Wang Yang had a familiar smile. He had just finished talking to Lin Zida, and came back from the small garden, just in time to see Jiang Ning standing at the door. Thanks to Jiang Ning, he was able to get along with Lin Zida. It's too stuffy inside. Jiang Ning's expression was calm. This is Lin Zida, from the experimental class next door. Wang Yang introduced Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning nodded, yeah. Seeing Jiang Ning's indifferent attitude, Wang Yang saw it and laughed secretly. Jiang Ning didn't know Lin Zida's identity, otherwise he would definitely rush to get close to him. Lin Zida looked at Jiang Ning closely, didn't say a word, just smiled. Wang Yang and Jiang Ning exchanged a few pleasantries, and until Lin Zida entered the next classroom, he said, class is about to start, I'll go back first. Jiang Ning's 5 senses were so sensitive that he could certainly see that Wang Yang valued Lin Zida. He didn't care. As a cultivator, there was no one in the world worth pleasing, except his parents and relatives. He hurried back to his seat before the bell rang. When the bell rang, Ma Shicheng and others ran in from the back door like dogs. The evening self-study ended at 9:30. Jiang Ning pushed the mountain bike, and Zhu Yuantang followed closely behind him. Jiuo Kunan and Shan Kaikun were both boarding students. With the experience of fighting against Song Sheng that day, their relationship quickly warmed up, and they became good friends. They made an appointment to go out for food together. When they saw Jiang Ning, they teased, Jiang Ning, take her home. Jiang Ning glanced at Zhu Yuantang, who was walking with her head down, and said openly, yes, I live next door to her house. The two people who heard it were a little envious. Zhu Yuantang had delicate features and a good body proportion, except that she was a little short. People with a little bit of vision can easily see that Zhu Yuantang will definitely be beautiful when she grows up. Jiang Ning and she go home together every night, which is enough to show that they have a close relationship. After Jiang Ning drove Zhu Yuantang away, Shan Kaikun sighed. It's just the beginning of the school year, and Jiang Ning already has a partner, alas. Jiuo Kunan comforted, why are you sighing? There are so many good-looking girls in our class. It's better for Jiang Ning to have a partner earlier. Otherwise, if he competes with us, we may not be able to win. He is so good at fighting, there must be girls who like him. Shan Kaikun thought about it, and it was right. Zhu Yuantang was not the best looking girl in the class. Bei Yuxia and Shen Qinj were much more popular than Zhu Yuantang. Jiuo Kunan was an open person. He said, I plan to pursue Shen Qinj. What about you? Shan Kaikun felt sorry. He also thought Shen Qinj was pretty and wanted to pursue her. But since his good brother Kunan had said so, he definitely couldn't pursue Shen Qinj, otherwise this friendship wouldn't last long. Shan Kaikun felt that Jiuo Kunan was not worthy of the fair and clean Shen Qinj, and he made up his mind that he would never be able to catch up with her. He had already planned that when Jiuo Kunan failed to express his love and was discouraged, he would take the opportunity to give him a barbecue. Jiuo Kunan continued to ask him, what about you? Who are you pursuing? He had already told his little secret, so the other party had to tell it now, otherwise it would be unloyal. I choose Bei Yuxia, Shan Kaikun said. Jiuo Kunan looked strange. He also wanted to choose Bei Yuxia at first, but later he asked someone, and found out that Bei Yuxia had been confessed to by many boys in the 3 years of junior high school, but Bei Yuxia didn't agree to any of them. Jiao felt that he had no hope, so he gave up and chose Shenkinj. Okay, good luck to you. He blessed. At the same time, he was thinking that after Shan Kaikwan was hit, he would take him out for a drink and record the scene of him crying after drinking. Shan Kaikwan said confidently, "Of course, we will each have one of the two best girls in the class. When the time comes, you will be my wingman and I will be your wingman. We will definitely catch up." Thinking of that scene, Shan Kaikwan was a little excited. It would be so proud to have such a beautiful girlfriend like Bayuksha. While the two were talking, they walked to the snack stand, and Jiao shouted, "Boss, I want a crumb cake, fried egg, a big chicken fillet, and more chili. 2 servings. Okay, I'll be right there." He took out 10 yuan and handed it to the boss. Then he told Shan Kaikwan, "I'll treat you to this meal. Don't be polite to me." Jiao felt a little painful when he spoke. He was a boarding student. His home was in the surrounding towns. He had classes 5 days a week, and all his living expenses were 120 yuan. An average of 24 yuan a day. 10 yuan was a lot for him. But in order to show Shan Kaikwan how generous he was, he still took the initiative to treat him. Shan Kaikwan was very happy after hearing this. Jiao was a good person to get along with. His living expenses for a week were only a little over 100 yuan, and he usually had to pay for playing games and going to the internet cafe, which was not enough. He would have to spend money to chase girls in the future, and his living expenses were stretched. Chapter 33 Ready Player 1. After evening self-study, Jiang Ning got home, parked his bicycle, and walked out. Zhu Yuantang was surprised and wanted to persuade Jiang Ning to pay attention to safety and come back early, but that was not in line with her character, and it seemed that she was very worried about Jiang Ning. HMPH. I want to see what time you will come back today. Yesterday, in order to wait for Jiang Ning to come back, she stayed up until 2 o'clock in the morning, and she didn't fall asleep until she was sure that Jiang Ning had returned safely. Jiang Ning strolled to the dam and saw that there was no one around. He performed the key concealment technique and rushed to the transformer box 30 kilometers away. 10 minutes later, Jiang Ning arrived at the transformer box. 2 surveillance men were squatting in the same 2 positions as last night. It has been repaired again. Jiang Ning said to himself. The wires inside the transformer box have been connected, and the voltage is operating normally. He ran to the creek again, and found that the pipeline was still blocked, and in the field, 2 men were lying in ambush. If it weren't for the key concealment technique, Jiang Ning would definitely be discovered by them. After thinking about it, Jiang Ning came to the vicinity of the factory building. The machine was very quiet and not running. A young man sat at the door smoking, looking sad. Jiang Ning returned to the transformer box and used high voltage current to quench his body. During the quenching process, the young man brought people to check the situation. Jiang Ning hid beside him, and when the quenching was completed, he casually sent out a sword energy to cut the wire. The lights in the factory went out, and Yan Bo's heart went out with it. He covered his chest and looked at the dark factory. Anger, grievance, and a strong sense of powerlessness surged in his heart. Yan Bo found that this electricity was like the female classmate he had a crush on when he was a child. He wanted to get it, but he couldn't. Linzada lay comfortably on the sofa, holding the PS3 controller in his hand. The 55-inch TV showed wonderful game pictures. It's amazing. The Last of Us is a masterpiece. Linzada clapped his hands and praised. Masterpiece. I'm already looking forward to the second part. Suddenly, the door opened, and a figure walked in. The girl was wearing a well-fitting black suit, with a graceful figure, a cold temperament, and a fair and moving face. Aren't you with Sister Ding to discuss investment? You're back so early? Linzada didn't even turn his head. Ding Xuan said, my aunt and local leaders are hosting a banquet tonight. I have nothing to do there, so I just came back early. Also, don't call her sister in the future, call her aunt. Linzada was doing 2 things at once and continued, she will tear me apart. Are you alone at home? Ding Xuan asked him. Linzada pouted. Aunt Han is in the kitchen. Uncle will come over for dinner later. Ding Xuan took out his cell phone. I read the text message you sent me and found a lot of things. Linzada paused the game and told Ding Xuan all the details of what Wang Yang had said to him and the news about Jiang Ning. Then he continued to fight in the bizarre game world. Ding Xuan came to the study and closed the door with her backhand. She took off her small suit and put it on the back of the chair. Ding Xuan sat at the table. Her eyebrows and eyes were soft, and her slender fingers gently pressed her temples. My aunt got a sum of money from the family business and will invest in real estate in Yazhou City in the future. The estimated investment amount is over 3 billion yuan. There are already dozens of people in the negotiation team. Ding Xuan is just a middle school student. In order to let her get in touch with the bigger side, my aunt arranged for her to sit in and asked her to participate in the entire investment process from beginning to end. I don't know how many people dream of this kind of platform, but Ding Xuan finds it a bit boring. Of course, she has no objection and tries her best to participate. For this reason, even the high school enrollment time was postponed for a month. She picked up a pen, thought about the information given by Linzada, and said to herself, just play a game and relax. Those scattered information quickly connected in her mind, forming a clear context. The medical diagnosis given by Uncle Han this morning was consistent with her guess. Song Sheng's leg was hit by a weapon similar to a stick. And that night, she was in the city, and her sixth sense gave a strong warning that someone was watching her. Her sixth sense has never been wrong. It must mean that someone has been watching her, which is absolute and unquestionable. But she didn't find that person. Maybe someone was watching with a telescope from a distance. She had this guess before. But if Song Sheng's leg injury is added, things would be strange. She witnessed Song Sheng taking steps throughout the whole process. Before he took a step, his leg suspended in the air suddenly bent strangely. She was not wrong. It was definitely not broken while walking. Besides, considering the hardness of the leg bones and Song Sheng's age, it is impossible for him to be that fragile. That's why she had such doubts. Ding Xuan asked someone to check the camera in the gym that night. The video showed that Song Sheng did not do any leg exercises. Medically, in her eyes, Song Sheng's leg fracture was abnormal. What made Ding Xuan most determined to investigate was that after Song Sheng got on the ambulance, the feeling of being secretly spied on disappeared, and the warning of the sixth sense no longer appeared. This means that there is a person hiding in the dark, who spied on himself, and then broke Song Sheng's leg with a stick. It was ridiculous. Even Ding Xuan herself did not quite believe it. But she was such a stubborn person, she had to investigate. She first started with Song Sheng's surrounding network. This person must have a grudge against Song Sheng, and he deliberately retaliated against Song Sheng that night. She found Linzada to investigate Song Sheng's enemies. She immediately locked on Jiang Ning, who had a conflict with Song Sheng. During the military training, Jiang Ning kicked Song Sheng out in class, and many people witnessed it. Jiang Ning is about 172 centimeters tall and thin. According to common sense, it is impossible to kick Song Sheng, who weighs about 170 kilograms. It is rumored that Jiang Ning personally admitted that he had practiced martial arts, which made this matter reasonable. But another suspicious point attracted Ding Xuan's attention. During the military training, Jiang Ning was in the limelight, and Song Sheng made sarcastic remarks. Jiang Ning heard what Song Sheng said, but pretended not to hear it. Strangely, a few minutes later, Song Sheng screamed inexplicably and rolled on the ground, seemingly in great pain. A few minutes later, Song Sheng screamed for the second time, but he did not roll over. Instead, he stood there with an embarrassed face, seemingly unhurt. Song Sheng's behavior was too abnormal. Having scolded Jiang Ning before, it was hard for Ding Xuan not to be suspicious of him. She tried to analyze Song Sheng's strange behavior. Song Sheng screamed twice. The first time he felt severe pain and rolled on the ground. The second scream was just a scream. After screaming, he did not roll over, but just stood there in a daze. Could it be that the second time, he thought that some kind of attack was about to come, and a conditioned reflex occurred, causing him to scream, but then the expected attack did not come? Ding Xuan was not clear about these things, and she needed to ask Song Sheng, a psychiatrist. If this is true, is it possible that Song Sheng's screaming behavior is man-made? This behavior, for the attacker, is undoubtedly more interesting and enjoyable to watch and enjoy than a single attack, and it is more in line with human behavior logic. Ding Xuan supplemented her guess bit by bit. Jiang Ning seems a little suspicious. Ding Xuan smiled brightly. Although, this speculation is so absurd and totally inconsistent with conventional logic. If her aunt knew, she would definitely suspect that she was sick. No official investigator would believe her and would only send her for drug testing. But it is precisely because she is not the aunt who has experienced the vicissitudes of life, and she is not an adult, that she is full of strange ideas. The next step is to continue to improve this speculation. Continue to investigate Jiang Ning. This can be asked to Linzada. Linzada is so fat, let him move more, I'm doing him good. Thinking of this, she sent a message. Uncle Han, help me check if Song Sheng has any mental illness. The clues are temporarily gathered here and wait for the feedback from both sides to make subsequent speculations. She wrote down the name Jiang Ning on the paper. However, it was just written as a pastime. Ding Xuan moved the paper aside, just like pushing away a half-played chessboard. She has never seen the real Jiang Ning from beginning to end, and she has no interest in seeing him. For her, this speculation is just a slightly interesting game. Chapter 34 IQ Equality. September 13th. The first day of the school term at number 4 middle school. The students received new books. Facing the new school and new classmates, they were still excited and energetic. Jiang Ning sat in the second to last row, by the window. Ma Shichen was on his left, leaning sideways, whispering to Ji Yuokunin behind him. The first class today is English. I hope our English teacher is a pretty female teacher. Ma Shichen was full of expectations. Ji Yuokunin agreed. My English teacher in junior high school was very beautiful. Alas, it's a pity that my English grades were not good, and I let her down. If I'm given another chance, I will study hard. Ma Shichen clasped his palms together with a pious expression. Give me a beautiful female teacher. At this time, a fat middle-aged man with a Mediterranean hairstyle appeared at the door. Under the sunlight from the east, he actually flashed a dazzling light. Fuck, this bald man can't be my English teacher. Ma Shichen covered his eyes and shouted in horror. In fact, the bald man was the English teacher of class 8 of grade 1. As soon as he entered the classroom, he spoke fluent English and then repeated it in Chinese. Ma Shichen was disheartened. Ji Yuokunin and Shan Kaikun also looked unhappy. Their English was not good to begin with. They had hoped that a beautiful female teacher would inspire them and make them work hard. Jiang Ning smiled secretly. This English teacher was Chen Haiyang. He had a good teaching level and was a veteran teacher. However, he had a bad temper and liked to punish students from time to time. Therefore, he was often complained by parents. But every time Chen Haiyang took out his resume, the parents shut up. With Chen Haiyang's level, he could teach at Yaozhou number 2 middle school. It was only because number 4 middle school was his alma mater that he stayed here. This was a teacher with feelings. Dear students, please introduce yourself in English so that I can leave an impression. Start with you. Chen Haiyang pointed to Zhu Yuantong and motioned her to speak first. Zhu Yuantong had no choice. Who made her short and sit in the first place? Zhu Yuantong was still very relaxed when introducing himself. He stood up and showed off his fluent English. Chen Haiyang was surprised. He was originally teaching English to 2 experimental classes. Later, the Academic Affairs Office crossed out 1 experimental class and assigned him an ordinary class. He was a little unhappy about this. He didn't expect that the quality of this class of students was really good, not worse than the experimental class at all. However, the subsequent self-introduction immediately made his slightly better mood fall back and finally became a little ugly, especially when it was Ma Shichen's turn. They spoke haltingly and had strange accents, which made Chen Haiyang frown. After all the students were introduced, Chen Haiyang had a preliminary understanding of the English level of class 8. Except for a few outstanding students, the rest were much worse than the experimental class, and they were not at the same level at all. The teaching progress in the future needs to be adjusted, otherwise the students in class 8 will definitely not be able to keep up. He didn't rush to class, but faced everyone and asked a question. Students, do you think learning English is useful? Dong Qingfeng below raised his hand. Chen Haiyang, you answer it. Jiang Feng smiled and said, English must be mastered because English is required for the college entrance examination, and in the future, English will also be a tool for global communication. Many literature languages are in English. Only by mastering English can we better absorb a wide range of knowledge. Please take a seat. Chen Haiyang put his hand down and looked at the whole class and said, are there any others? Ma Shichen rolled his eyes and raised his hand as his mind got excited. Chen Haiyang also asked him to stand up. Teacher, I think English is useless because for most of us, we will not be able to use English after graduation. For example, my math teacher in junior high school must have poor English, but he can still become a useful person to society. Hearing Ma Shichen's words, Jiang Feng felt disdainful. It was nothing more than a sophistry of poor students. Only people with poor English would say that English is not important. For example, many of the game discs he played usually did not have Chinese at all, but he was good at English and could barely understand them, so he could appreciate those games. Even though Ma Shichen had expressed a negative opinion, Chen Haiyang still spoke in a calm tone. You sit down too. Then he asked everyone, who do you think is right? Without waiting for everyone to answer, he continued, both classmates are right. English is important, but it is not unimportant. Without mastering English, you can still live well in society. No one can deny this. But, for us students, English must be mastered because English accounts for 150 points in the college entrance examination. If you lose these 150 points, you won't even have the opportunity to go to college. Whether we can use English in the future is not something students should consider. What we have to do is to learn English well. Chen Haiyang emphasized, do you understand? He said sternly, my requirements for you are very low. As long as you can get the score I set, and it doesn't affect other students' studies, I will let you play with your mobile phone openly in my class. I will never say a word to you. If you can't meet the standards I set, and make trouble for me, don't blame me for being rude. He stared at the class, and gestured with his fingers. Chen Haiyang was bald, strong, and had strong forearm muscles. He looked like a gangster instead of a teacher. The classmates were so shocked that they dared not breathe. At the same time, some students were also thinking about what Chen Haiyang had just said. As long as they learned English well, they could play with their phones in his class? Is there such a good thing? Ma Shichen was very happy. He had already begun to imagine the happy scene of playing games in Chen Haiyang's class. As he thought about it, he found Chen Haiyang's shiny bald head pleasing to the eye. The second class was math. The math teacher was a gentle woman who spoke softly and was very pleasant to the ears. Hu Jun's eyes widened. Look at Hu Jun, look at Hu Jun. Ma Shichen first patted Jiang Ning and then said to Jiuo Kunan and Shan Keikwon. Everyone looked quietly, only to see Hu Jun staring at the math teacher, not blinking. There's something wrong with this person. The math teacher got married a long time ago. Shan Keikwon cursed. Is it true? How did you know? Ma Shichen asked. I was walking around the campus yesterday and saw the math teacher with a daughter, about 7 or 8 years old. The third class was Chinese. The Chinese teacher was a thin middle-aged man. When introducing himself, he said, hello everyone, I'm Dai Yangqun, the Chinese teacher of class 8, grade 1. Ma Shichen pinched his throat and imitated, big, hello everyone, I'm Ma Shichen from class 8, grade 1. You stutter. Jiuo Kunan laughed. Our Chinese teacher stutters. What if he stutters when teaching in the future? Jiang Ning said, I can't teach, otherwise I can't be a teacher. This is true. The Chinese teacher usually stutters, but when he starts teaching, he is very fluent, especially when reciting classical Chinese, with ups and downs, and rich emotions. The teachers of the three main subjects are exactly the same as in the previous life. There is no butterfly effect caused by Jiang Ning's interference. It seems that there will be no difference in the other minor subjects. While listening to the class, Jiang Ning did not forget to practice the star transformation technique. In the past, he was worried that attending classes would delay his cultivation. Now it seems that this time is just right for refining pills. Maybe if he drops out of school and concentrates on cultivation, his speed will be improved. But in his previous life, He spent hundreds of years in seclusion and had long been fed up with that kind of life. Ignore worldly affairs, cultivate immortals for hundreds of years, and then die again under the catastrophe of transformation? It's boring. Boring. How can you become a god without becoming immortal and experiencing mortal life? Jiang Ning followed the Chinese teacher and flipped through the textbook. Although the high school courses were difficult, Jiang Ning was a cultivator with a strong spiritual consciousness and an ability to remember everything he saw. Although he might not be able to compare with the top geniuses, it was easy for him to be admitted to a key university. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but sigh. Although cultivating immortals can enhance spiritual consciousness, memory, and nerve reaction speed, however, it is difficult to change IQ, and it is impossible to achieve the IQ gap between humans and animals. Just as modern technology is developed and surpasses ancient times by countless times, modern people absolutely dare not claim to be smarter than humans thousands of years ago. What is beyond is only the vision. The same is true for cultivators compared to modern people. Some things are destined by nature and are extremely difficult to change, such as IQ and immortal cultivation qualifications. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 35 Chemistry. At noon, Jiang Ning took Zhu Yuantang home. They had lunch at Zhu Yuantang's house. Aunt Gu was not there, so the two of them cooked by themselves. After friendly consultation, they reached a division of labor. Zhu Yuantang wore a children's apron, crossed his arms, and stood in the kitchen to give instructions. Not bad. You wash the vegetables quickly, and they were quite clean. I give you 9.9 points. How can you get full marks? You figure it out yourself. Zhu Yuantang said with a straight face. Jiang Ning began to cut vegetables. His knife skills were superb, and his cutting movements were clean and neat, which was pleasing to the eye. Zhu Yuantang exclaimed inwardly. Okay. Jiang Ning put down the knife. The meat slices were evenly thin, as if each piece had been carefully measured, and the vegetables were also neatly arranged. So fast? Zhu Yuantang couldn't believe it. Washing and cutting vegetables were the most troublesome and time-consuming. Jiang Ning glanced at him and said, "You cook the vegetables." Okay. Zhu Yuantang started. Jiang Ning's participation greatly improved the efficiency of cooking, so that they finished their meal before 12:30. Class didn't start until 2:20 in the afternoon, so the two of them went back to their rooms. Zhu Yuantang took a nap, while Jiang Ning went back to temper his spiritual consciousness. Before leaving, Jiang Ning rested for 20 minutes. He pushed the cart out at 2 o'clock, and Zhu Yuantang was waiting at the door. Let's go. The asphalt road in Hebei was not congested, and there were no traffic lights. He arrived at number 4 middle school at 2:12 on time, and arrived in the classroom at 2:15, 5 minutes before class. After the bell rang, Jiuo Kunan and several boarding students hurried to the back row. As they walked in, a female teacher walked into the class. The classmates in the class were only surprised. The female teacher was in her early 20s, nearly 1.7 meters tall, wearing a light red t-shirt on her upper body and blue wide leg jeans on her lower body, which showed off her straight long legs. She looked pure and still had the childishness of a student. It seemed that she had just graduated. She wrote on the blackboard, Jiuo Ran. My name is Jiuo Ran, and I will be the chemistry teacher of class 8 in the future. She had a faint smile on her face, and the class applauded like thunder, especially the boys, who were extremely excited. Who doesn't like a pretty female teacher? Just looking at her is pleasing to the eye. Jiang Ning looked at Jiuo Ran. The childishness of the student, coupled with the teacher's unique seriousness, gave him a special feeling. When I was a student, I always seemed to meet one or two stunning female teachers, English teachers, music teachers. Many years later, I still couldn't forget them when I dreamed back to the past. For the students of number 4 middle school, Jiuo Ran, the chemistry teacher, is someone they still remember after graduating for many years. They would talk to others about their student days and sigh about how beautiful the chemistry teacher in the class was. However, there is always a twist. After talking about Jiuo Ran's beauty, but then one day she suddenly left. It was said that she had an accident outside the school. Jiuo Ran only taught Jiang Ning for one semester and disappeared inexplicably in the second semester. Since then, Jiang Ning has never seen her again. 7 years after graduating from high school, he and his classmates returned to his alma mater to visit his former teacher. During the chat, the classmates asked the teacher about Jiuo Ran's news, and the old teacher told him what happened that year. Jiuo Ran had a boyfriend outside, who was said to be introduced by her family, and was temporarily dating. That day, Jiuo Ran and her boyfriend were walking on the street outside. Suddenly, several people rushed up and beat them up. In the chaos, Jiuo Ran's face was scratched by the knife of the woman opposite, and several ribs were broken by stepping on them. I don't know how much hair was pulled out. The whole person was quite miserable. The boyfriend was even worse. His leg was broken, he had a concussion, and several teeth fell out. Later, the police came and figured out the situation. It turned out that the boyfriend who was dating Jiuo Ran was dating a little girl in the vocational school. The little girl got pregnant and was dumped by the guy. The girl's parents were so angry that they entangled a bunch of relatives and did this in a rage. It's a pity that Jiuo Ran was implicated and suffered an unexpected disaster. Speaking of that past, the old teacher sighed again and again. Fate is playing tricks on people. Now Jiuo Ran stands on the podium, graceful and elegant. Jiang Ning thought, if there is a chance, I will stop it. This kind of thing is almost a disaster for others, but in his hands, it is just a few sword key. If one's cultivation is advanced, one can even use his spiritual consciousness to erase other people's memories and tamper with facts. Jiuo Ran was somewhat overwhelmed by the enthusiasm of her classmates. She had just been officially transferred to number 4 middle school this semester, and she taught 2 classes at a time, and class 8 was one of them. She adjusted her mentality and said to her classmates, today, in the first class, I will tell you the story of me and chemistry. As she spoke, the applause slowly died down. Although Jiuo Ran did not have much experience, she had rehearsed the first class several times in advance. In class, she told everyone a lot, talking about why she became a chemistry teacher and her student days. Although she did not speak fluently, she was the one who gave the lecture, and the male classmates were very helpful, often interrupting the conversation, and the classroom atmosphere was very harmonious. Even after the get out of class was over, and Jiuo Ran left, Ma Shicheng and others were still very excited. Jiang Ning let go of his 5 senses, and listened for a while. Discussions about Jiuo Ran could be heard in several corners of the classroom. Zhenglu turned his head, rested his elbow on Jiang Ning's desk, and asked him with blinking eyes, Jiang Ning, your chemistry teacher is a beautiful lady, are you happy? Jiang Ning said, of course I am. Zhenglu pouted, feeling sour in her heart. Jiang Ning noticed her emotions. This was similar to the fact that a handsome male teacher came to the class, and the female students had their eyes on the male teacher. The male students must have felt unhappy. He understood, but he was too lazy to comfort her, and it was not easy to comfort her. Should he say, actually, teacher Jiuo Ran is very ordinary? Such hypocritical words? Jiang Ning's consciousness circled around Zhenglu's body twice. It must be said that she was indeed better than teacher Jiuo Ran. Jiang Ning thought in his mind and wanted to recall something about Zhenglu, but his memory was only fragmentary. The two had almost no intersection. He only knew that she chose to become an art student in the 2nd year of high school, studied fine arts, and later was admitted to a 2nd-tier university in Anhui province. Jiang Ning was not in the mood to chat, so he took out his mobile phone and planned to search for information on medicinal materials to understand the current market situation. After seeing him, Zhenglu said, Jiang Ning, you haven't added me on questions yet, right? She told Jiang Ning her questions number and asked him to add her. Jiang Ning logged into questions. Give it to me, I'll log into questions and approve your application. Zhenglu put her phone on the table, poked with one finger, logged into her own questions number, and carefully set it up in the classmate group. Ma Shicheng saw the two adding friends, thinking that Zhenglu was good looking and had a good figure. Although she had been targeting him before, He was not the kind of man with a petty mind. Zhenglu, I'll add you on questions. Ma Shichen grinned. Zhenglu glanced at him. Sorry, the questions friend slot is full. Ma Shichen's smile froze, and his face changed. If you don't want to add me, then don't add me. Who cares? Ma Shichen felt very embarrassed. Was it that serious? He had argued with Zhenglu a few days ago, but in the end, she didn't even want to add a questions number. Damn, he is so handsome, and he still needs a girl's questions number? Ma Shichen didn't even look at Zhenglu, took out his phone to play a game, and opened a level of Protect the Carrot. Jiao Kanan stretched his head to look at the screen of his phone, which had a lot of gold coins and diamonds on it. He was surprised and said, Brother Ma, where did you find the cracked version? Ma Shichen said in a superior tone, it's not a cracked version, it's the genuine version. You are so rich, how can you recharge so much? You don't understand this, do you? He glanced at Zhenglu out of the corner of his eye, raised his voice, and said casually, you can get gold coins and diamonds by playing Defend Carrot. It depends on how skilled you are. The payment method for this game is to send text messages to the official website to recharge. I have obtained root permissions on my phone, and I have installed Cheetah Security Master, and turned off the SMS permission for Defend Carrot. In this way, when recharging the game, Security Master will prohibit Defend Carrot from sending text messages to the operator, and then your phone will not be charged. At the same time, a bug will appear in the game, showing that the recharge is successful, and you have gold coins and diamonds, as many as you want. Ma Shichen had an air of knowledge and talked eloquently. He felt that he was extremely elegant at this moment. Any game that charges via SMS can be cracked with this trick. Jiao Kanan was stunned and shouted, is it possible? What's so difficult about this? If you have any questions about Android phones, just ask me. Ma Shichen said proudly. He thought Zhenglu must regret refusing to add him at this time. Zhenglu didn't think so at all. She just thought Ma Shichen was pretending and said coldly, after all, isn't it still a pirated game? Ma Shichen was puzzled. What do you know? This is called reasonable use of rules. Zhenglu didn't understand, but does a girl need a reason to hate someone? No. P.S. Thanks for the reward. Chapter 36, The Secret Investigator. Before the evening self-study session, Ma Shichen sat in his seat and played games. He looked up at the back door from time to time. Although the teachers would not care about them during this period, if some leaders in charge of discipline in the school saw him, they might take away his phone. In junior high school, there was a classmate who played with his phone arrogantly, which attracted a lot of classmates to watch during the break. Later, the head of the grade passed by and took his phone away. While staring at the door, Ma Shichen saw Wang Yang come to the back row and chat with his classmate Wang Langlang. His voice was very low, and it was unknown what he was talking about. After a while, Wang Yang left the classroom through the back door. Wang Langlang was bored sitting there, so he ran over to watch Ma Shichen play games, hoping to play with his phone for a while. Ma Shichen asked him, why did Wang Yang look for you just now? He was so mysterious. Wang Langlang was thinking about Ma Shichen's phone, so he naturally didn't hide it. He said, Wang Yang discussed with me about the fight between Song Sheng that day. Song Sheng. He hasn't been here for several days. Ma Shichen did not forget to operate while speaking, looking very skilled. I'm telling you, don't tell anyone. Wang Yang told me that Song Sheng is in the hospital. Wang Langlang whispered. Hospitalized? Ma Shichen was stunned for a moment. I thought he transferred to another school. If Jiao Kanan and Shan Kaikun knew, they would definitely open a bottle of beer tonight. Wang Yang knows a lot, and his connections are wide enough. Ma Shichen said. Wang Langlang was opened up. He looked honest on the surface, but in fact, he was always eager to do something. Otherwise he would not want to use Ma Shichen's mobile phone to play. In order to use the mobile phone to play, Wang Yang's instructions for confidentiality were instantly thrown out of his mind. He just discussed Song Sheng's matter with me and asked me whose table Song Sheng and Shan Kaikun had a fight that day and knocked over. My seat is a Feng Shui treasure land, and I saw that day clearly. Ma Shichen was curious about why Wang Yang asked this. He recalled, several tables were indeed knocked over, but I can't remember which ones. That day, Song Sheng rushed towards him, and he was still thinking about how to hide. Wang Langlang's round face was full of pride. I remember it very clearly. The desks were overturned. There were Huang Yasu and Zhu Yuantang. He named several classmates in succession. Not bad, you. It's only been a few days since the start of school, and you already know everyone in the class. Ma Shichen was a little surprised. Wang Langlang thought to himself that he was going to be the class monitor. He secretly put in a lot of effort, read the class roster many times, and compared the faces of everyone one by one, preparing to quietly run for class monitor and surprise everyone in one fell swoop. Unfortunately, the competitors for the class monitor were too strong. Huang Zhangfei and Bai Yuxia. He would be a waste if he went up, so he didn't show up. Wang Langlang chatted with Ma Shicheng for a while, and then changed the subject. Brother Ma, I think your game is fun. Can you let me play it for a while? Ma Shicheng nodded. Okay, I'll give it to you after I finish this game. It was the last class of the evening self-study class, and no teacher came. Ma Shicheng was going to continue playing with his mobile phone, but unfortunately his mobile phone was out of battery, so he could only find someone to chat with to pass the time. He originally wanted to find Zheng Lu to chat, but then he thought about it, since she ignored him in the afternoon, and didn't even add him on questions. How could he possibly go find her? It just so happened that Ma Shicheng remembered the content of his previous chat with Wang Langlang, so he took it out and shared it with Jiang Ning. After Jiang Ning heard it, his first reaction was that Wang Yang was investigating him. He and Wang Yang had no grudges, so why was he investigating him? Jiang Ning recalled that during the evening self-study yesterday, Wang Yang and Lin Zida came back from the small garden. After seeing him, they took the initiative to greet him and introduced Lin Zida. Thinking about it this way, maybe it was Lin Zida who instructed him to investigate. Why did Lin Zida investigate him? Although he was somewhat recognizable in class 8 of grade 1, he was not worth mentioning in the entire grade. Lin Zida had no reason to investigate him, and there was no need for him to do so. Jiang Ning thought again of the night when he broke Song Sheng's leg. At that time, he performed the key concealment technique and seemed to be noticed by a girl. The girl was Ding Xuan. At that time, Jiang Ning only thought that it was a little girl's sixth sense, so he didn't care and broke Song Sheng's leg as usual. Now think about it, could it be that Ding Xuan noticed it? Ding Xuan and Lin Zida have a close relationship, and it is really possible that she found Lin Zida. Jiang Ning felt funny. When he crippled Song Sheng, he didn't do much to cover up, just use the key concealment technique. But just one key concealment technique was enough. Maybe the doctor would be a little surprised when judging the injury, but what kind of strange injuries are not there in the hospital? No one will get to the bottom of it, and it is even more impossible for anyone to suspect him. There is no evidence that he attacked Song Sheng, unless it is a fantasy. Jiang Ning thought about it. It is actually very simple to figure out why Ding Xuan investigated him. Since Lin Zida showed up, he might as well start with him. What kind of demons and monsters are causing trouble? He will know it as soon as he finds out. After all, with his means, if someone really interferes with him, it is not difficult to solve it. Jiang Ning calculated the time. Now was the last class of the evening self-study. After class, he had to send Zhu Yuantang home. Jiang Ning stood up and said something to Huang Zhangfei, the monitor who was in charge of discipline. Then he left the classroom and walked towards the school toilet. When he reached a deserted place, Jiang Ning's consciousness dispersed. No one was paying attention to him. He activated a key concealment technique and his figure fell into darkness. He made several spells in succession and created a spiritual consciousness mark. Afterwards, Jiang Ning returned the same way. He stood at the door of experimental class 1, looked around, and found Lin Zida's seat. He walked into the classroom of experimental class 1 in a dignified manner. Lin Zida was sitting in the back row, playing a game on a flip-top game console. Jiang Ning walked behind him. 3rd game console, a classic model. On the screen of Lin Zida's game console, a green hat-head man swung a sword to kill monsters, rolled on the ground from time to time, and then threw a bomb. It looked full of gameplay. The Legend of Zelda, Ocarina of Time. This game is a masterpiece. Jiang Ning had played it before. Jiang Ning stood in the back and watched for a minute. Lin Zida's game skills were good. Whether it was beating monsters or solving puzzles, he was smooth and flowing. Before leaving, Jiang Ning threw out the spiritual mark and left experimental class 1 in a dignified manner. From beginning to end, no one noticed. The evening self-study ended. Zhu Yuantang got down from the back seat and saw Jiang Ning park his mountain bike, lock the door, and walk towards the dam outside. What does he do every night when he goes out? Zhu Yuantang was puzzled. Jiang Ning walked under the dam, mobilizing his spiritual power to track the location of the spiritual mark. It's not far, about 4 kilometers away. Jiang Ning swallowed a key gathering pill to replenish his spiritual power, and at the same time, his figure was hidden. As soon as the divine step came out, combined with his body training, Jiang Ning's figure instantly soared out and rushed towards the destination. His spiritual consciousness was scattered, always paying attention to the surrounding environment. Vehicles, pedestrians, and traffic lights could not hinder Jiang Ning's progress at all, and he passed them all directly. In less than 2 minutes, he stopped in front of a residential area. Jiang Ning raised his head and looked at a 30-story building deep in the community and fell silent. The target's location is about the 16th floor. He is only at the first level of key training and cannot control key to fly. Only when he reaches the foundation building stage can he rely on magic power to fly. In the key training stage, if you want to fly, you must use a flying magic weapon. Jiang Ning didn't even find the materials for refining the weapon, so how could he fly? Taking the elevator is not an option. Although he can hide his figure, the elevator is under surveillance. He needs to press a button for the elevator to move. Once the surveillance is checked later, it may reveal the flaws. Moreover, some residential areas require elevator cards to be swiped. It seems that I can only take the stairs. The 16th floor. Jiang Ning sighed. He was not tired, but it was too embarrassing. I miss my great cultivator. Chapter 37. Extraordinary in the world. Jiang Ning climbed up the stairs to the 16th floor without stopping. The spiritual tracking spell showed that Linsida's mark was located in the east house, and it was motionless at this time. Jiang Ning's spiritual sense passed through the wall and sensed 2 people inside. One was Linsida, and the other was a man in his 30s. Ding Xuan doesn't live here? Jiang Ning thought about it and continued to use his spiritual sense to explore several bedrooms. The house is very large and it is connected by the middle and side houses. It shows that this family has some background. Buying 2 houses at a time to connect them has more public areas, so it is more cost effective to buy a large flat. This behavior clearly shows that they are not short of money. Moreover, before connecting the 2 households, the construction drawings need to be submitted to the official for approval. Renovations like this, that connect the walls, are generally not approved. It is rumored that Ding Xuan has a deep background, and this kind of thing is just a small matter for her family. Jiang Ning continued to use his spiritual sense to explore, and he found something unusual in a bedroom in the east. His spiritual sense sensed a skirt, the style of which was almost the same as the one Ding Xuan wore that night. This should be where Ding Xuan lives. Jiang Ning retracted his spiritual sense. Jiang Ning looked at the door. With his ability, he could open the lock with his spiritual sense, combined with a sword energy, but the noise he made would be noticeable to the people inside. Jiang Ning had previously observed from downstairs that the windows of the residential building were sealed with aluminum alloy, so he could not flip in from the side. That's troublesome. In the final analysis, his cultivation was too low, and he had too few spells to use. Otherwise, a spiritual sense would make the people inside hallucinate and open the door on their own initiative. Jiang Ning was unable to do so for the time being, so he simply stood at the door to practice while waiting for Ding Xuan to come back. He waited for about an hour, during which time Jiang Ning swallowed a key gathering pill. Here I come. The elevator stopped on the 16th floor. His spiritual sense struggled to pass through the iron wall of the elevator. A figure appeared in his perception. His spiritual sense wandered around the surface of the person, and the shape was exactly Ding Xuan. At this time, Ding Xuan felt creepy, and horror was hidden in her bright eyes. The omen of the 6th sense appeared again, and it was stronger than ever before. The malice that enveloped her almost overflowed, so that her body trembled slightly. Oh. Jiang Ning's consciousness enveloped Ding Xuan, and naturally noticed the changes in her. It surprised me. I didn't expect that there would be such a sensitive sixth sense in the world. People who are born with a sensitive sixth sense tend to trust their feelings particularly, to the point of paranoia, because their sixth sense has never been wrong before. Then it's not surprising that the person who ordered Linzida to investigate me was Ding Xuan. Jiang Ning really felt that he was a little unlucky. The first time he took action in the world, he was discovered. What kind of luck is this? If he had known this earlier, he would have taken action directly in a deserted place. The elevator door slowly opened. Ding Xuan was a little girl of 15 or 16 years old after all. Even though she was braver than ordinary girls, she was in the claustrophobic elevator space just now, but she was surprised to find that she was being peeped at, and she was also particularly scared. The sixth sense feedback kept sending a sense of peeping, and she kept warning at all times. She took a deep breath and walked out of the elevator. Jiang Ning still concealed his figure. He stared at Ding Xuan and squinted slightly. He moved suddenly, and his spiritual power turned into a big hand, holding Ding Xuan's fair neck. Ding Xuan's body trembled, and her dark eyes kept flashing, as if she wanted to find the person in the dark, but there were only warnings from her sixth sense. The fear of the unknown enveloped her, as if death was about to come. The invisible man. Definitely the invisible man. He knows I'm investigating him, and now he's here. A feeling of regret suddenly surged from Ding Xuan's heart. She trusted her sixth sense too much, so she sent someone to investigate the truth. But she ignored that, since she was investigating the existence of a person beyond common sense. The other party would definitely come to her once he noticed it. The feeling of strangulation on her neck reminded her all the time. That person came to her. What kind of end will be waiting for her? Ding Xuan received elite education since she was a child. She once thought that she was not afraid of death, but when the pressure of death really came, she was afraid. She was more afraid of being tortured and dying undignified. Who was he? Was he Jiang Ning? No matter who he was, she had to escape, otherwise she would face a tragic end in the face of a supernatural being. She had seen a big world and knew the darkness of human nature. Ding Xuan moved her feet with difficulty, moving towards the door little by little. It took her 5 minutes to walk a few meters and finally reach the door. She pressed her finger on the door lock, and the fingerprint was recognized, and the door was unlocked. She wanted to escape into the house immediately, but the stranglehold on her neck became stronger and stronger. Ding Xuan closed the door, but her mood did not improve at all. She knew that the figure just now followed into the house. "You're back," Linzida said. Ding Xuan noticed that the stranglehold on her neck was much relieved, but it was still suspended in front of her and could fall at any time. She replied with an unchanged expression, "Yes, I'm back." Linzida approached, and Ding Xuan knew that Linzida was going to tell him about the investigation. She wanted to stop him, but she didn't dare. She was worried that the invisible man would kill everyone present. I asked Wang Yang to check. Jiang Ning and Zhu Yuantang have a good relationship and go home together every day. Song Sheng had a fight with his classmates that night and knocked over Zhu Yuantang's desk. Zhu Yuantang was hit by the desk, and then Jiang Ning stood up and asked Song Sheng to apologize. Linzida said, if it were in the past, Ding Xuan would definitely be in a good mood when she heard this news, because it supplemented her inference and made things more reasonable. This game of letting her ravage will become more interesting. But now, she wanted to block everything. After Linzida's words, her investigation of Jiang Ning was completely exposed. And that person stood beside her. Okay, I know. Ding Xuan was sad in her heart, but her face did not show it at all. Her aunt taught her a long time ago to maintain her expression and remain calm, even when the sky was falling. Linzida didn't care and continued to play games. He recently found another game, Dark Souls, and the more he played, the more addicted he became. Ding Xuan walked into her room and closed the door with her backhand. Then, she leaned back in the chair and faced the wall. Ding Xuan whispered to herself, "You can kill me, but I remind you that I have backed up the investigation records in my mailbox. If something unexpected happens to me, my aunt will take over the mailbox. With her ability, she will definitely catch you." Jiang Ning smiled. "Dare to threaten me?" The surging spiritual power pinched Ding Xuan's mouth. Jiang Ning urged his spiritual consciousness and shot a shocking thorn. Ding Xuan's sixth sense gave a crazy warning. The next moment, a sharp pain that hurt her soul came. She groaned, but her mouth was blocked, and her delicate body trembled. After a long time, she was finally able to breathe. At this time, the sweat on Ding Xuan's forehead soaked her hair, which was pressed against her face. Her brows were furrowed, her eyes were tired, and there was a thrilling messy beauty. The pen on the table moved automatically without wind, and a line of handwriting appeared. If you continue to investigate, you will die. Ding Xuan stared at the line of words, and was silent for a long time. At this moment, the arrogance that Ding Xuan had cultivated since she was a child was completely shattered. She once thought she was different. She claimed to have seen through the rules of social operation. Her peers were naive and ignorant in front of her. She thought she was superior and was the chess player. Now she suddenly realized that her intelligence, beauty, experience, and family background were useless in this absolute difference in strength. If Jiang Ning wanted her to die, she would die. This feeling of having her life controlled by others is really too depressing. She spoke slowly, her voice hoarse. I won't investigate you again. I will delete any trace of you. Please let me go. She had experienced that kind of pain once, and she didn't want to experience it again. She finally understood why Song Sheng screamed in the playground. Song Sheng also suffered the same attack that day. That person was extraordinary, she was sure. He was Jiang Ning. But Ding Xuan didn't dare to say a word, because she knew that once she said the name, she would die today. A white pill fell on the table. Another line of handwriting appeared. Take it to prove your sincerity, otherwise, die. Ding Xuan looked at the white pill. She knew it must be some kind of poison pill. She didn't hesitate, and swallowed it in one gulp. In the dark, Jiang Ning's eyes were still cold. He considered killing Ding Xuan at first, but then he thought that killing her might lead to more investigation. It's better to cut it off here. Ding Xuan is a smart person. She is more useful alive than dead. Chapter 38. The herbs arrive. September 14th. The staff of the express company called. The herbs that Jiang Ning bought arrived. The staff asked Jiang Ning whether he wanted to pick them up himself or have them delivered to his door. Since the total weight of the herbs was more than 100 kilograms and the distance was 5 kilometers, the service fee for door-to-door delivery was 50 yuan. Jiang Ning would not go to pick them up in person to save 50 yuan. He left a phone number for the other party and asked them to deliver them. Jiang Ning was standing outside the classroom and making a phone call. It was just a few minutes after school, and Zhu Yuantang was waiting by his side. Okay, let's go. Jiang Ning sent Zhu Yuantang home. Zhu Yuantang was used to riding Jiang Ning's bicycle. Of course, he would always find an excuse for getting on the bike. Today's lunch was still rich. Jiang Ning bought big river shrimp and cooked a plate of beef. The vegetarian dishes were green peppers and eggs, lettuce, and mushrooms, and sliced ice watermelon, which filled the small folding table. Zhu Yuantang enjoyed the meal, but he couldn't help feeling a little guilty. Recently, Jiang Ning paid for all the groceries. Her family only paid for a little oil and salt. The steamed buns made by her mother, or the pumpkin for pumpkin porridge, were all worthless. She always felt that she had taken advantage of Jiang Ning. She and Jiang Ning were not related at all. Why was he so nice to her for no reason? He sent me home, gave me Wi-Fi, and ate with me every day. Why is that? Does he like me? Zhu Yuantang pinched her face and felt that it was unlikely. In her eyes, she was just a good student, cooked delicious food, did housework well, was smart and kind. Apart from these, she had no other advantages. Jiang Ning could not possibly like her. Zhu Yuantang firmly denied it and ruled out this possibility at the first time. But if this continued, she would owe Jiang Ning more and more. She was ready to show her cards and ask Jiang Ning why he was so nice to her. Zhu Yuantang originally planned to show her cards today, but the dishes she cooked today were particularly delicious. What if she and Jiang Ning had a falling out and he took the dishes away? Let's do it tomorrow. She set a date. While Jiang Ning was eating, he noticed that Zhu Yuantang was very depressed today, with her brows twisted and stretched, looking like she was worried. He didn't ask, nor did he care. Recently, eating with Zhu Yuantang every day made him feel a little bit of fireworks. How long has it been since he last experienced this feeling? Probably hundreds of years. Jiang Ning enjoyed this feeling very much. As for the price he paid, it was just less than 100 yuan a day for buying vegetables. For him, there is no big money for the time being, but there will be no shortage of small money. As for whether it will cause trouble to Zhu Yuantang, Jiang Ning has considered it, but seeing that she is eating so happily, he is not worried. After all, a person who used to only eat half a bowl of rice, but now can finish a whole bowl, and sometimes secretly add another spoonful, must be in a happy mood. After the meal, Zhu Yuantang took the initiative to take on the task of washing the dishes, although Jiang Ning could clean the dishes with a spell. But seeing Zhu Yuantang's diligence, he let her wash the dishes. He sat in the shade at the door like an old man. There were still a few minutes before the appointment time with the express delivery staff. When Zhu Yuantang finished washing the dishes and came out, a silver white small truck on the river dam drove towards this side, and then turned down the slope. Express delivery points are different from express delivery points. In this era, after express delivery arrives in the local city, it is often not delivered to the door. Customers need to pick it up by themselves. After all, express delivery basically transports large goods. Many operators of express delivery points have taken the initiative to develop a business. If customers do not want to pick it up by themselves, they can provide a paid door-to-door service and also carry it for you. It costs 50 yuan for a 5-kilometer journey, and the express delivery is very punctual. The small truck drove all the way to Jiang Ning's door. The truck driver unloaded several cardboard boxes in a few seconds. Jiang Ning opened the box and took a look at it to make sure that the medicinal materials were fine. The master took out his mobile phone for inspection. Jiang Ning took a look, and it turned out to be Xiaomi 2's, a classic model, comparable to the nail machine king of the generation, Xiaomi 6. Your phone is good. Jiang Ning praised. Hey, it was sent by the head office. The master smiled happily. Thank you, master. I can do it myself later. You can go back. The small truck started and drove onto the dam. Jiang Ning, are you sick? By so many medicines? Zhu Yuantang asked in surprise. Just after she put down the box, she smelled a faint smell of herbs and wondered what Jiang Ning bought. Until Jiang Ning opened the box, it was full of herbs. I'm not sick. I need herbs to have some use and recuperate. Jiang Ning did not hide it from Zhu Yuantang. He was like a frightened bird because he was discovered by Ding Xuan once, and he did things in a secretive way from then on. His purchase of herbs was known to the herb dealers and the people at the courier point. This kind of thing is not easy to hide from others. Zhu Yuantang rarely speaks at ordinary times. He is like a transparent person in the class. He keeps his mouth shut and won't say anything. Besides, even if the purchase of herbs is known to others, what's the harm? Will buying some herbs for yourself be investigated? Don't joke. As long as it doesn't harm society, the authorities don't have the time to care about you. As a cultivator, you possess all kinds of magic skills, but come to a world full of ordinary people. When you buy medicinal herbs, you have to be cautious and sneaky. It would be better for you to not enter the world and just hide in the mountains and forests to practice. It's safe there, and no one will interfere. After hearing Jiang Ning's explanation, Zhu Yuantang didn't ask any more questions. She looked at the big boxes and rolled up her sleeves. I'll help you move them. Jiang Ning looked down at Zhu Yuantang's hair and said, I'll do it myself. What's the matter? Do you look down on me? As friends, shouldn't we help each other? I know you don't want to trouble me, but my dignity, Zhu Yuantang, doesn't allow me to stand by and watch. She said a lot of things, holding the cardboard box with her small hands, trying to lift it up, but her face turned red, and she didn't move. Jiang Ning lifted the box with his hand, and he looked very relaxed. Jiang Ning held the box, and stared at Zhu Yuantang, and Zhu Yuantang also stared at Jiang Ning. The air was still for a few seconds. Zhu Yuantang exerted force secretly, but the box still didn't move. It was too heavy for her. She moved her hand away casually, patted the dust, and said naturally, you look so relaxed, so you should do it. You just ate too much at lunch, so you can exercise. I can't compete with you for such a good exercise opportunity, so I'll give it to you. I understand. Jiang Ning carried the box into the house. While no one was around, Zhu Yuantang's face immediately turned bitter. Jiang Ning was very strong. If she had Jiang Ning's strength, she could earn hundreds of dollars a day by carrying cement bags at the construction site. Jiang Ning went back and forth several times and carried the box back to the kitchen. At this time, Zhu Yuantang went back to the next room for a nap. Jiang Ning came to the kitchen and looked at the box of medicinal herbs piled up. Nearly 300 kilograms of medicinal herbs only cost 10,000 yuan, an average of 30 yuan per kilogram, which was really cheap. These herbs were not all for refining the gathering key pill and the spiritual condensation pill, but also mixed with some other useless herbs to cover it up. Although it was impossible to produce two kinds of elixirs with current technology without spiritual power, Jiang Ning was more cautious. He had less than 20,000 yuan left, so he could actually buy more herbs. But before buying, Jiang Ning estimated that with his current key training, the array he arranged could barely maintain the efficacy of the 300 kilograms of herbs. If there were more, it would be difficult to guarantee. Jiang Ning urged his spiritual power and kept making spells. The colorful spiritual power hit the surroundings of the box. Finally, Jiang Ning lightly connected the spiritual power from all over. Suddenly, a bright green shield rose in the small kitchen, and its surface was shining. The medicinal fragrance in the kitchen was instantly restrained. The array was completed. Jiang Ning clicked a few more times and arranged a simple concealing array outside the array to cover the conspicuous green shield. Jiang Ning transferred 80% of his spiritual power to the array in one breath to maintain its normal operation. His spiritual power was only enough to maintain the array for a few hours. It was really a big burden to transfer spiritual power every day in the future. Take these herbs and turn them into pills as quickly as possible in the next few days. I'm busy now. Chapter 39 Prejudice. In the following days, Jiang Ning was busy, but he always took time to go to the transformer box every day. Every time the body was tempered, a sword energy cut the wires and a sword energy cut the water pipes. In fact, with Jiang Ning's strength, he could rely on the key concealment technique to sneak into the factory and destroy all their processing machines at once, which would stop the work for at least half a month. But he didn't do that. Jiang Ning had a crushing level of strength difference with them. He was too lazy to destroy the other party at once and wanted to find some fun in life. It's like a competitive game like pushing a tower. Jiang Ning started with a full level god outfit, while the opponent was a hero character at level 1 who could only afford an iron sword. No, the opponent was just a soldier in the river. Do you need to be serious when killing a soldier? It's not just closing your eyes and throwing skills casually. The young man named Yanbo has been in agony recently, but Jiang Ning is much happier. Compared with killing the villain with one knife, Jiang Ning prefers to torture slowly. Rent a house at night. Jiang Ning sat cross-legged and made pills. After several days of making key gathering pills, he became more and more comfortable with it. The success rate of making pills was controlled at about 80%. He made 2 to 3 pills every night. So far, he has accumulated more than 100 pills. Pills are cheap. Jiang Ning usually swallows all the pills, whether he is practicing, restoring mana, or tempering his body, just like swallowing candy beans. He swallows several pills a day, just like eating, and his mana is always at its peak. The spiritual power nourishes the body, and the 9 heavens divine thunder body tempering art is like a tonic, and his physical training has increased greatly. Only in the area of refining the spirit, Jiang Ning is more distressed. With only the golden mysterious divine division art, he cannot quickly improve his spiritual consciousness. Jiang Ning is in modern society, and the best means to use is the spiritual consciousness attack method. The shocking spirit stab used against Songsheng before is one of them. If the spiritual consciousness is strong enough, one strike can turn Songsheng into an idiot without anyone noticing. In order to improve his spiritual consciousness, Jiang Ning browsed the pictures of various herbs and trees on the internet, searching for things that could increase his spiritual consciousness. As a result, he found a strange item. It was a spice he had used in the world of cultivating immortals, called soul-sinking incense. After recognizing soul-sinking incense, he tried to buy it online, but unfortunately he couldn't find a way. He remembered the medicinal material merchant he had worked with. After contacting him, the other party was indeed a professional and did know the kind of medicinal material, but the price was very expensive, nearly 3,000 yuan per teal, and the soul-sinking incense in the other party's hand would take some time to arrive. Jiang Ning contacted 2 more medicinal material merchants, and the replies they gave were almost the same. It would only take a dozen days. However, if he wanted to buy the soul-sinking incense, Jiang Ning didn't have enough money. Soul-sinking incense is a spice. After being tempered by spiritual energy, it is burned and used. It consumes a lot every day. It is estimated that the cost of refining the spirit for a day is at least several thousand yuan. Next time I have a holiday, I will go sell some gold, Jiang Ning thought. In class 8 of grade 1, English teacher Chen Haiyang is giving a lecture. A few days after the start of school, the teachers of each subject came several times, and the students were almost familiar with them. The students also knew which teachers' classes allowed them to play with their phones, and which ones they could not. For example, in the class of the teacher in front of them, Chen Haiyang, students were absolutely not allowed to make small movements. 2 days ago, a poor student in class 8 played with his phone in class, and Chen Haiyang took it away and handed it to the head teacher Shan Qingrang. Therefore, Ma Shicheng and others in the back row were particularly well behaved, holding textbooks to listen to the class. Jiang Ning was refining pills to improve his cultivation. Jiang Ning estimated that it would take at least half a month to break through to the second level of key training. Although 1 key gathering pill is equivalent to 3 days of cultivation, it does not mean that swallowing 10 pills a day is equivalent to 30 days of cultivation. The strength of the meridians of the first level of key training is there. The quality of the key gathering pill he refined is poor, and the spiritual power contained is not pure enough. Starting from swallowing the second pill every day, the improvement will be much smaller. Even if he swallows 10 pills at a time, it is far from the speed of practicing the real key gathering pill. Jiang Ning estimated that starting from the second key gathering pill every day, the speed would only increase by about 10%. If he swallowed 10 pills at a time, the speed of cultivation would only increase from 3 to 4, far from the 7 of the genuine key gathering pill. The medicinal power would only accumulate in the body. If he took too much at a time, Jiang Ning's meridians would not be able to withstand the medicinal power. If he wanted to speed up his cultivation, he had to start with the quality of the herbs. He needed better herbs, preferably herbs that could nourish the spiritual power formation. While Jiang Ning was practicing, Chen Haiyang began to ask random questions. Once Chen Haiyang started to call the roll, the atmosphere in the back row of the classroom instantly solidified. Jiang Ning swept his consciousness and easily saw the trembling of Ma Shicheng and others. However, Chen Haiyang always asked questions like this. The more afraid you are, the more he will look for you. Ma Shicheng was called, and Ma Shicheng stood up. Ma Shicheng hesitated. Chen Haiyang asked Ma Shicheng to stand and listen to the class, and then continued to call the roll. This question was not easy. He called 3 in a row, and no one could answer it. At this time, Chen Haiyang shouted, "Deng Qingfeng, you come and answer it." Deng Qingfeng was a top student, and as expected, he answered correctly. Ma Shicheng looked unhappy. This continued until the end of the English class. He cursed in a low voice, "Is the bold guy sick? Did I provoke him? Why does he like to ask me questions so much?" He was very angry. Zheng Lu, who was sitting in the front row, wanted to say something sarcastic, but seeing his expression, she didn't add fuel to the fire. Ma Shicheng cursed a few times, and his anger subsided a lot. He went out to the toilet. Zheng Lu turned back and said to Jiang Ning, "It was a close call just now. I didn't know that question either. If he caught me, I would have to stand to listen to the class. It's okay for boys, but it would be really embarrassing for girls to stand to listen to the class." Jiang Ning, are you good at English? Not bad. Jiang Ning found that Zheng Lu was really good at chatting. In the past few days, he turned around to talk to him from time to time. He continued with a few words as usual. After a while, Ma Shicheng came back from the toilet with a pale face, as if he had been greatly frightened. "What's wrong with you?" Jiang Ning asked him. Ma Shicheng said in shock, My legs went weak just now. I just came out of the toilet and saw a faceless person. Do you know what a faceless person is? No nose, no lips, and almost no protrusions on the face. Flat-faced person. As he spoke, his eyes were terrified. Jiang frowned and said, "Are you kidding? Really, I'm not lying to you." Ma Shichen wanted to swear to the sky. He was so scared that his heart almost stopped. Jiang Ning thought about it. Is it a girl? Yes, she is wearing a girl's style of clothes. Ma Shichen seemed to have seen a savior. Well, I know that girl. She was burned in a fire before and was disfigured. I thought it was a monster. Ma Shichen scratched his head. When he heard that it was just a girl who was in a fire, his fear was instantly reduced a lot. Ma Shichen took a break, came back to his senses, and said, "I don't dislike her. I just wonder why our number 4 middle school would recruit such a student. I'm quite brave, but I was scared. It's hard to imagine. If she was in the same class as me, or sat in front of me, I would definitely jump up and fright when she turned around." Jiang thought it was too cruel and said, "You can't say that about others. Everyone has the right to receive education." Ma Shichen retorted, "You haven't seen her, otherwise you would definitely think the same as I do. It's terrible. What do you think about this, Jiang Ning?" The two looked at Jiang Ning, expecting his answer. "I'll move a stool and sit and watch," Jiang Ning said indifferently. He would only intervene in other people's arguments when he had nothing to do. Chapter 40 How can you identify me? Wednesday afternoon, Class 8 classroom. Tomorrow is the Mid-Autumn Festival. 3 days off. There are only 2 classes this afternoon. And they are not the main classes. One is chemistry class and the other is physical education class. Therefore, the students are very excited. Zhu Yuantang came very early for the first time. The class was at 2:20, and she dragged Jiang Ning here at 1:30. After Zhu Yuantang arrived in the classroom, she did not come to Jiang Ning's side. She usually just played in her own little corner. Jiang Ning stood in her seat, looking at the campus scenery outside the window. "Hey, Jiang Ning came so early today." Jiuo Kunan greeted him. He was carrying a bulging school bag. Shan Keikwon next to him was also carrying a big school bag. Jiang Ning knew that they planned to go back to their hometown directly after 2 classes instead of returning to the dormitory, so he packed all the luggage at once and was ready to leave after school. Just like when Jiang Ning went to college in his previous life, there were still students who brought their suitcases to class before the holiday and went directly to the airport after class. "Nothing to do today," Jiang Ning said. Jiuo Kunan came over and said embarrassedly, "Jiang Ning, do you have money? Can you lend me 10 yuan? I will pay you back when I come next week." He overspent on living expenses this week, and the remaining money was not enough to take the bus home. Jiuo Kunan borrowed money from the dormitory, but it turned out that a group of roommates were poorer than him. Jiuo Kunan knew that Jiang Ning used an iPhone, so he thought he should have money, so he asked for money. Jiang Ning took out his wallet, took out a 10 yuan bill, and handed it to Jiuo Kunan. Jiuo Kunan saw Jiang Ning's wallet open and closed, and there was a stack of red banknotes lying horizontally inside, at least 2 or 3,000. He couldn't help but smack his mouth in his heart. He didn't expect Jiang Ning to be so rich. That money was as much as his living expenses for a semester. "Thanks, I will definitely pay you back next week," Jiuo Kunan said gratefully. Jiang Ning smiled and didn't care. In his previous life, whether he was a student or after entering society, there were always some people who borrowed money and didn't pay it back. Although the amount was not much, only a few dozen or a few hundred yuan, it was disgusting. In this life, it is estimated that no one in the class dares to lend him money and not pay it back. As we all know, Jiang Ning is the top of the combat power of class 8 of grade 1. Classmates came to the classroom one after another. When a girl walked into the class, she caught Jiang Ning's attention. The other party was Chen Xiaoyu. No, it should be Chen Xiking. When the twins just started school, the two exchanged roles and made fun of themselves, but it was a pity that Jiang Ning easily saw through them. The two had been honest for more than 10 days, but I didn't expect that someone would change today. Chen Xiking walked into the class and subconsciously glanced at the corner. She met Jiang Ning's eyes and was so scared that her heart tightened. She quickly turned her head away. It's so strange. Did he recognize me? Immediately, Chen Xiqing denied it. Today she deliberately wore her sister's clothes, combed her hair like her sister, and even imitated her sister's daily habits. The two sisters are exactly the same. After optimizing the details, they will never be discovered. Chen Xiqing comforted herself in this way and gradually regained her confidence. A few days ago, her younger sister kept telling her that a beautiful chemistry teacher had come to the class, which aroused her curiosity. In addition, she only looked at Huang Zhongfei, a handsome guy, from a distance, and could not get a close look. After enduring for more than 10 days, Chen Xiqing finally couldn't help but switch roles. The expression on her face was the same as her younger sister's. She pretended to be familiar with the classmates around her and greeted them. Even her deskmate didn't realize that she was not Chen Xiao. People in the classroom gradually gathered. Chemistry teacher Ji Yuoran came in. Chen Xiqing stared at her intently. As her younger sister said, she was really beautiful. She had never seen such a beautiful teacher in her life. Although she was a girl, it did not prevent Chen Xiqing from appreciating beautiful women. Many women actually like to look at beautiful women. After a class, Chen Xiqing felt that she was more and more integrated into the class, and she felt like a fish in water. She dealt with her younger sister's original social circle, and even the sisters she talked to usually didn't notice anything unusual, so that Chen Xiqing actually felt lonely. Once this emotion was amplified, Chen Xiqing wanted to try something more challenging. After the chemistry class, the last class in the afternoon was physical education. During the break, the students in the class rushed to the playground, especially the students in the back row. Almost all of them left. Most of the classroom was empty. Jiang Ning stopped practicing, and he took out a pair of table tennis rackets from the hole in the table. There were many table tennis tables built on the playground of number 4 middle school. In his previous life, Jiang Ning liked to play table tennis very much, and his skills were pretty good. Now, in the first physical education class after returning, he bought a pair of rackets in advance, intending to try to regain his former youth. At this time, a girl suddenly walked up to him. Chen Xiqing looked up at Jiang Ning, timid and stubborn. Why look for Jiang Ning? There is no other reason. Just where you fall, you have to get up from there. Chen Xiqing seems quiet, but in fact she has her own unique persistence in her heart. In the class just now, no one around her noticed anything unusual, which is enough to prove how well she hid today. So, she, Chen Xiqing, wants to avenge her previous shame. She wants to take back her lost dignity. Jiang Ning, how can you tell me apart? She faced Jiang Ning. The two were less than half a meter apart. Their eyes met. Chen Xiqing could even clearly see her own shadow and Jiang Ning's pupils. Chen Xiqing mustered up her courage and said, Jiang Ning, can you play table tennis with me during physical education class? She rarely invited boys. Although some people pursued her in junior high school, she rejected them all. At this moment, she took the initiative to invite Jiang Ning, which was a rare bold behavior of her. Her face turned red. After all, she was a little girl of 15 or 16 years old. Although she had a lot of ideas, she was still weak when it came to actual combat. Jiang Ning stared at her with a smile. He didn't expose her. He said, sorry, I have an appointment. Let's play next time. As soon as the voice fell, Chen Xiqing was stunned. Jiang Ning really couldn't tell her apart from her sister. Logically, she should be very happy. She got back the place she lost at the beginning. But she never expected that Jiang Ning would reject her. Except when she was a child, she had almost never asked a boy for this. After so many years, this was the first time she had invited a man. Was she not good looking, or were the twins not attractive? The original smugness that she had felt because the role swap was not discovered disappeared in an instant, replaced by a sense of frustration. Chen Xiqing's mind was changing, and her face was flickering. At this time, a girl's voice sounded next to her. Shen Qinj, let's go to the playground. Yuan found that Shen Qinj was staring at Jiang Ning. Just now, she and Shen Qinj were about to leave from the back door, and happened to pass by here. They heard the conversation between Jiang Ning and Chen Xiao clearly. Yuan was surprised that Chen Xiao was attractive, and took the initiative to invite Jiang Ning to play together, but it didn't work. Why did Jiang Ning dare to do that? He was just good at fighting. In other aspects, he was not outstanding in the class, much worse than Huang Zhanfei, Deng Qingfeng, Chen Qian, and the like. And sitting in the back row, hanging out with those people all day, it was obvious that he was not a good student. Chen Xiaoyu was short-sighted enough to like him. Shen Qinj looked at Jiang Ning for 2 seconds, her expression calm, and then said to Yuan, "Well, let's go." Chapter 41. The difference is obvious. Physical education class. The physical education class of class 8 of grade 11 was held together with class 10. The physical education teacher was dark and strong, with a stern face, like a black-faced evil spirit. Jiuo Kunan and others who usually liked to play tricks were afraid to say a word. Wow, where did number 4 middle school invite the evil spirit from? Ma Shicheng slandered in his heart. In terms of appearance, the physical education teacher was better than instructor Li. "My name is Gu Wei, and I will be your physical education teacher in the future. Today is the first physical education class. Where is the physical education committee member? Stand up and let me recognize you." Zhang Kai, the physical education committee member of class 8, stood up, and the physical education committee member of class 10 also stood up. "Lead the team to run 2 laps. Gu Wei shouted. Zhang Kai obediently led everyone to run. 2 laps totaled 800 meters. They had just experienced military training, so this distance was nothing. Many students finished the run without changing their faces. Gu Wei looked around. "Okay, disperse on the spot. Don't leave the playground before the get out of class is over, otherwise I will catch you, and you will be in trouble." When the students heard this, they immediately scattered. Jiang Ning walked towards Zhu Yuantang with a ping pong ball. Ma Shicheng was sharp-eyed and saw the ping pong racket in Jiang Ning's hand. He wanted to play ping pong, but Jiuo Kunan beside him stopped him. "Brother Ma, let's go play basketball." Several boys in the class looked at him, and Ma Shicheng decided to play basketball. Zhu Yuantang sat alone on the edge of the wide podium. Jiang Ning raised the racket in his hand. "Play a game?" He knew that Zhu Yuantang liked to play table tennis. She played it often in her previous life. Later, she participated in the city's competition in her second year of high school. Although she only won a small prize, her skills were among the best in the entire number 4 middle school. Zhu Yuantang did not pretend to refuse this time. She took the racket and couldn't wait to fight with Jiang Ning. Recently, she always felt that she couldn't raise her head in front of Jiang Ning. Many things depended on Jiang Ning. Now, she can finally stand up. Zhu Yuantang held the racket, as if holding the hilt of a sword, turning into a sharp swordsman. She could no longer suppress her murderous aura. Her eyes were full of arrogance and bloodthirstiness. She was going to kill a lot today. Zhu Yuantang served a beautiful spin serve. This ball was slippery. Ordinary table tennis enthusiasts could not tell the depth of the spin, and could not even catch it. Zhu Yuantang had already predicted the outcome of this game. Victory was about to belong to her. Then, Zhu Yuantang picked up the ball for 10 minutes. Her delicate body ran back and forth, and she was tired, and her face was flushed, and she was panting. Zhu Yuantang was so defeated that she was doubting her life. She was confused. How could it be possible? She was so good at table tennis, and she could easily use all kinds of smashing skills. She should have shocked Jiang Ning, and immediately knelt down to beg her to accept her as a disciple. Who knew the result would be like this? This is unscientific. Zhu Yuantang did not believe in evil, and continued to compete with Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning did not let her go. His nerve reaction speed was much faster than Zhu Yuantang. Only a real professional player could play with Jiang Ning. In the process of playing table tennis, Jiang Ning gradually regained a little bit of his youthful feeling. There were many students sitting on the edge of the podium. Some were talking and chatting, some were playing with their mobile phones, and some were watching Jiang Ning and Zhu Yuantang playing table tennis. Perhaps because they were freshmen and unfamiliar with the school, there were only Jiang Ning and Zhu Yuantang playing in the empty rows of table tennis tables, which attracted many eyes. Yuan and Shen Qinj were very close, and the table tennis table was located 7 or 8 meters in front of them. Seeing Zhu Yuantang picking up the ball like a fool, Yuan was amused. This is too stupid. He still plays table tennis when he can't play. How could he be beaten like this? In her eyes, Jiang Ning's skills were ordinary, and Zhu Yuantang was beaten like this. His skills were really bad. Shenkinj didn't say anything. She made the same judgment in her heart. They were anxious watching. Zhu Yuantang didn't win a game and kept picking up the ball. The female classmate next to him, who was wearing a black sportswear and had short hair, sneered after hearing this. What do you know? It's not that Zhu Yuantang is bad at playing, but that Jiang Ning is too good. With his level, if he is trained a little, he will definitely be ranked in the city level table tennis league. Yang Sheng's eyesight is not bad. Jiang Ning's movements and steps when playing are not standard, but his reaction speed is frighteningly fast. It is no exaggeration to call him a genius. Shenkinj blurted out, impossible. She and Jiang Ning are from the same town and go to the town middle school. No one knows Jiang Ning better than her. Although Jiang Ning is good at table tennis, he is only at the top of the class. The junior high school held a table tennis competition, but Jiang Ning did not even make it into the grade ranking. The winner of their town middle school went to participate in the county competition and also did not get a place. Jiang Ning wants to enter the city level table tennis league. What a joke. It's impossible. Shenkinj was well mannered and disdained to argue with the girl with short hair, but Yu Wen next to her was hot tempered. She knew who the girl with short hair was, Yang Sheng from the same class, who was usually careless and a tomboy. Yu Wen heard Yang Sheng's sarcasm and immediately said, "You're the only one who understands. Anyway, I think Zhu Yuantang doesn't play well. She keeps picking up balls. I can beat her if I go up." Yu Wen swore. Who doesn't know how to play table tennis? Yang Sheng smiled and said, "I do know. I was a sports student in junior high school. I've broken more table tennis balls than you've ever seen." Yu Wen mocked back, "Who doesn't know how to brag? I've even broken a truckload of footballs." Seeing how tough she was, Yang Sheng provoked her. "Do you dare to compete with Zhu Yuantang? If you lose, you'll take my duty for a month. If you win, I'll take your place. How about it?" Class hygiene is usually divided into groups, and it's up to Yang Sheng to take duty every week. Yang Sheng hates duty the most. Yu Wen is not afraid of her at all. It's a waste to take the hard work that comes to her door. She easily beat Zhu Yuantang, the rookie. Yu Wen got down from the podium and walked towards Zhu Yuantang. Deng Qingfeng waved at her and shouted, "Come on, Yu Wen. Don't worry." Yu Wen replied with a smile. Then, Deng Qingfeng saw the friendly look from Shenkinj and was secretly happy. Shenkinj was beautiful, and many boys in the class had a crush on her. Deng Qingfeng was no exception. Before pursuing a girl, he should build a good relationship with her bestie first, and things would go much more smoothly in the future. Deng Qingfeng saw this on the internet. Jiang Ning had already noticed the content of everyone's chat. Yang Sheng was a little knowledgeable, and as for Yu Wen, she was just looking for trouble. "Jiang Ning, lend me your racket. I'll play a few games with Zhu Yuantang," Yu Wen said. Jiang Ning was happy to help and handed over the racket. Zhu Yuantang was previously obsessed with picking up the ball and was a little far from the podium, so he didn't hear what Yu Wen and the others said. Now that he saw that his opponent had changed, he was still a little confused. "You play with her?" Jiang Ning smiled. Zhu Yuantang actually didn't want to change people. She wanted to continue competing with Jiang Ning. She didn't believe that she couldn't beat him. However, she had lost too many games in a row, and her touch was almost gone. She urgently needed to find her touch. So, Zhu Yuantang took the ball and faced Yu Wen. She concentrated and served a normal ball without any fancy tricks. Yu Wen caught the ball easily and thought to herself that she was really bad. Zhu Yuantang pulled it back with a frightening speed. Before Yu Wen could react, the ping pong ball passed by her. Yang Sheng saw this and became more serious. At first, she didn't think Zhu Yuantang was that strong because Zhu Yuantang was always picking up the ball. Is it fake? Yu Wen couldn't believe it and picked up the ball. It was her turn to serve this time. She picked up the ping pong ball and served a normal ball. Then, there was nothing else. Yu Wen experienced the process of Zhu Yuantang being beaten by Jiang Ning just now. After losing more than 10 balls in a row, Yu Wen could no longer see any hope of winning and was forced to return the racket. She just felt her face burning, as if she had been slapped in the face with a ping pong racket. Yang Sheng added fuel to the fire. "It's your turn to be on duty next week. Thank you October for the monthly ticket. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 40 To the Thief. When the bell for the end of the physical education class rang, Jiuo Kunan, Shan Kaikwan and others rushed straight to the school gate, as fast as the wind, as if there were stray dogs chasing them. Zhang Kai, the sports committee member, looked at his teammates going away, holding the basketball, intending to put it back in the class. Jiang Ning packed up the table tennis racket and carried it in his hand. After leaving the playground, he walked towards the place where the bicycles were parked. He didn't leave the table tennis racket in the classroom because in his previous life, Class 8 often lost things. The headphones and power banks that were placed in the class before the holiday were gone when school started. Jiang Ning had also lost a 10,000 mAh power bank before. This kind of thing is still very annoying. The classmates in the class scolded the thief, but because the lost items were not worth much, most of them were within 100 yuan, and no valuables such as mobile phones were lost, so no one looked for the murderer in a big way. Everyone thought they were unlucky and tried not to leave personal belongings in the classroom in the future. Later, it was not until after graduation from high school that the murderer was caught. The murderer was Shan Zhao, a classmate in Jiang Ning's class. He was a boy with a simple appearance, a heavy voice, and rustic clothes. He was also the representative of the Chinese class. No one expected that such a person would be the king of thieves in number 4 middle school. The reason why he was caught was that Shan Zhao did something big before graduation. Interestingly, before graduation, Jiang Ning had chatted with a junior sister who rented a house near number 4 middle school. Number 4 middle school is a bit old, and the surrounding houses are relatively old and there is no elevator. Once, the junior sister finished her evening self-study and used the key to open the door. After the door was opened, she did not remove the key and left the door open to do other things. When she came back to remove the key, she found that the key was missing. She chatted with Jiang Ning on questions and mentioned this matter, saying that it might be possible that she had removed it but forgot where she put it, and the junior sister planned to continue using the spare key. Jiang Ning persuaded her at the time that maybe it was really removed by someone, so she asked her to change the lock quickly. As a result, Jiang Ning really guessed it right. A few days before graduation, Shan Zhao showed his skills outside the school and hit hard. The situation of the schoolgirl losing her keys was caused by him sneaking into the residential building and pulling out the keys when no one was paying attention. He would come to the students' homes to offer warmth after they went to class. If someone didn't change the locks, he would basically sweep away everything in the house. He stole countless mobile phones, jewelry, and cash. The total amount was estimated to be more than 30,000. The schoolgirl escaped because she changed the locks. As for Shan Zhao, he had done a big job before graduation and had achieved great results, which should have satisfied his desire. However, due to his long-term care for the market in the school, he couldn't bear to give up. So he chose a rest day, a dark and windy night. Shan Zhao showed his thief skills, climbed over the wall, and sneaked into the school, dug out the table holes in the entire teaching building, and stole more than a dozen power banks. Just as he was returning, he was seen by Gu Wei, a physical education teacher who was out for a walk. Gu Wei and the director of the security department of number 4 middle school often went out for drinks and had some friendship. He could see that something was wrong with Shan Zhao at a glance. Shan Zhao wanted to escape, but he didn't. With more than a dozen power banks in his arms, how could he run fast? What's more, the person chasing him was a physical education teacher. He was first sent to the security department of number 4 middle school, then the police were called, and he was taken to the police station. The daughter of the director of the security department was studying in number 4 middle school. One time, his beloved daughter came home and complained to him that the newly bought power bank was stolen. When the director saw that Shan Zhao had so many power banks on him, new and old hatreds came together. Didn't he know that this kid was a repeat offender? So he told the police about this discovery. Facing the interrogation of the police, the scene was unbearable for ordinary adults, let alone Shan Zhao, a high school graduate who had not yet experienced the beatings of society. He didn't hold on for long, and vomited everything out in one go. This caused a sensation. He was sentenced to several years, and could not go to college. Jiang Ning remembered that Shan Zhao was just released when he graduated from college. Jiang Ning had no sympathy for such people, but only felt that they were bad and stupid. In fact, as long as he planted a mark on the racket, he could easily get it back, even if it was stolen. But the table tennis racket was not valuable, and even if Shan Zhao admitted to stealing, there would not be much consequence, unless Jiang Ning taught him a lesson himself. Jiang Ning thought about leaving his phone in the classroom. Smartphones can be tracked, but he was worried that Shan Zhao would dismantle it, and there would be no location at that time. He could use his spiritual sense to find the phone, but it was not easy to incriminate Shan Zhao. Did Jiang Ning tell the police that he used his spiritual sense to find the phone? Now Jiang Ning's cultivation is not enough, and he doesn't want to face the official forces, which are full of smart people. It's better to have less trouble than more. Just take the racket home. Shan Zhao, who is self-inflicted, will destroy himself sooner or later. He doesn't plan to interfere too much, unless he poses a real threat. For example, Ding Xuan. Jiang Ning went to observe Ding Xuan a few days ago. The little girl is very honest now and completely stopped the investigation. When Jiang Ning was observing, Ding Xuan also discovered Jiang Ning's prying. It must be said that people who are born with a certain ability to sense are really enviable. This kind of sensing ability has nothing to do with the realm. It is a kind of induction in the dark. It is very metaphysical. With the current technology of human beings, it is impossible to analyze the principle. There is research on this in the world of immortal cultivation. Unless Jiang Ning breaks through the Jiandan realm and uses extremely advanced concealment methods, he can avoid the opponent's sixth senses. Jiang Ning was thinking about the past, and Zhu Yuantang gently pulled his arm. Jiang Ning asked her, "What's wrong?" Zhu Yuantang patted his pockets and said generously, "We won't eat at home tonight. Let's go to the snack street outside. I'll treat you." She saved more than 30 yuan in pocket money. Jiang Ning has been taking care of her recently, and she wants to make up for Jiang Ning's little brother. She hasn't eaten out for a long time. This time she wants to eat all the snack streets in number 4 middle school. Okay. Jiang Ning didn't refuse. It was Zhu Yuantang's first time to treat him, and he really wanted to take a look. In his past life, he had never been invited by a girl to go to the snack street. He was controlled by Shen Qinj in junior high school and was addicted to games in college. It was not until he entered society and reached the age of marriage that he began to consider it. Generally, when meeting with women, they go to a restaurant with a bit of class, and the consumption starts at 400 or 500 yuan per time. If you invite others to the snack street, you will really be laughed at. Although those women often go to the snack street, once you enter the marriage market, everything will be different. Women usually ride electric scooters by themselves, but if you don't have a car when talking about marriage, your favorability will drop a lot instantly, and you may even be excluded at the first time. Jiang Ning knew that some women would not despise them. They were willing to live that kind of life with men and create the future together. It was just that Jiang Ning was unlucky and had never met one. Zhu Yuantang led the way in front, and Jiang Ning followed behind her. How about walking around the campus first? Jiang Ning suggested. Just after school, the main road of the campus was crowded with students, vying to go out. Zhu Yuantang thought it made sense, so she decided to sit in the small garden for a while. Anyway, her home was not far from the school, and it was not yet 4 o'clock. With Jiang Ning, she could go home at any time. Zhu Yuantang tiptoed and gently jumped onto the wooden bridge of the flower bed, her two braids swaying. She stood in the floating pavilion in the center of the flower bed, leaning against the railing. Nearby, students stopped in groups of 3 or 2, concentrating on their mobile phones, and sometimes relaxed their brows and changed their positions. Through these characteristics, Zhu Yuantang determined that they were using the Wi-Fi signal. In the past, she would have taken out her phone, used the slow Wi-Fi speed of the school, spent an hour downloading a few episodes of TV series, and saved them for watching at home. But now it was different. She had Wi-Fi next door. Chapter 43 Don't Look Back. Jiang Ning and Zhu Yuantang stayed in the small garden for 10 minutes, and the crowds on the main road of the campus gradually dispersed. Let's go. The two of them left the school gate. In front of the school gate was a long road of more than 200 meters. On both sides of the road were all kinds of shops, small supermarkets, milk tea shops, stationery stores, spicy hot pot shops, breakfast shops, and so on. The long road was relatively wide, and there were some modified tricycles parked on the side, selling all kinds of snacks, fried food, oden, etc. The place Zhu Yuantang wanted to go was not this snack street, but the snack street connecting two nearby schools, the University of Finance and Economics and the Vocational College of Commerce. The scale of that street was several times that of the entrance of number 4 middle school. Jiang Ning, you went back quite late. Ma Shichen shouted. He sat on a wooden chair at the entrance of the small supermarket, holding a glass bottle of Coke in his hand with a straw. Jiang Ning looked up at the sign of the small supermarket, UK supermarket. I was planning to go to the snack street to have a look, and you didn't go home either? Jiang Ning chatted with him. I'm going to surf the internet inside. He lowered his voice and pointed to the UK supermarket. There are some small supermarkets and restaurants near the 4th middle school. On the surface, they are doing legitimate business, but behind the secret doors, there are several computers hidden for the bosses to make extra money. This place is close to the school and the price is not expensive, 2 or 3 yuan an hour. Many students like to go in to surf the internet and play games such as CF, DNF, and LOL. Students who come here often call this small supermarket affectionately UK Internet Cafe. Okay, you play, we are leaving. Jiang Ning tilted his head and glanced at Zhu Yuantang. At this moment, the little girl was quietly guarding beside him. Okay, see you next week. Ma Shichen made a cool gesture. He watched Jiang Ning and Zhu Yuantang, one tall and one short, walk away and drank the Coke in one gulp. He was not envious. For Ma Shichen, games were his favorite. Today's league, reward yourself with a sword master. Ma Shichen thought to himself. After crossing the long road in front of the number 4 middle school and walking west for a distance, a long and prosperous street appeared in front of them. Zhu Yuantang's eyes were bright, as if hiding stars. She shouted, Jiang Ning, I want to eat mooncakes, fried crispy meat, feuding meat slices, double skim milk, roasted gluten, and yuanxiao. His hawthorn yuanxiao is super delicious. Zhu Yuantang reported several snacks at once. Can you finish it? Jiang Ning looked at her with contempt. Zhu Yuantang said unconvinced, I can, absolutely. What about you? What do you want to eat? Zhu Yuantang just finished asking, only to find that she had just ordered a series of snacks, and it seemed that she didn't have enough money. For me, mutton rolls, a glass of rice wine, and then eat some of your crispy meat slices, and yuanxiao. Zhu Yuantang quickly calculated in her mind. Fortunately, the money was just right. After deciding, she pulled Jiang Ning to line up, and the two of them lined up at this store and I lined up at another store, and soon bought all the snacks. When Zhu Yuantang arrived at the yuanxiao shop, she still had enough money left to buy a bowl of wontons, so she decisively bought a bowl of fresh meat wontons for Jiang Ning. The counter of the yuanxiao shop was located at the door. Customers lined up in a long line. The auntie directly scooped the food into the bowls and the customers brought it to the table themselves. The yuanxiao shop was divided into 2 floors. The first floor was noisy, and the second floor had a better environment. Zhu Yuantang liked to eat on the second floor, but when she went there with her bowl, she was always worried that she would accidentally bump into someone and knock over the bowl. She was very nervous every time she carried the bowl. She hesitated whether to go to the second floor and was entangled. Suddenly, her shoulder was patted. What are you standing there for? Why don't you go to the second floor to grab a seat? If you are slow, there will be no table. Jiang Ning had just scanned the second floor with his spiritual sense. If Zhu Yuantang went to grab a seat now, he could still occupy the last small table for 2. Zhu Yuantang looked back and saw Jiang Ning's face. His eyes moved down. Jiang Ning's little finger was hooked on the snack bag, and his index finger and thumb were holding the wonton bowl. He looked very stable. She pouted. "Can you do it? Stop talking nonsense. Go quickly," Jiang Ning urged. "Okay, I'll go first." Zhu Yuantang took a step, then turned back and took the snack bag hooked on Jiang Ning's little finger. Zhu Yuantang carried the snacks. "I'll wait for you upstairs." She was agile and went up the stairs. Seeing the only table left, she breathed a sigh of relief. Zhu Yuantang wiped the table and the chairs with a tissue, and then put the bags of snacks on the table. She sat on the chair and stayed there, and suddenly thought that she didn't have to be careful to serve the lantern festival herself, and she didn't have to worry about it, because someone would serve her the bowl. She would not be alone from now on. In an instant, a numbness protruded from her forehead, and her heart seemed to be filled with something solid, touching, and happy. Various emotions intertwined, making her feel unusually at ease. Although she herself didn't know why she had this feeling. It seemed that, when she was a child, her mother was sick and didn't make breakfast. She was starving and cried out of grievance. After seeing this, her mother endured the discomfort, got up and cooked rice soup for her, fried 2 steamed buns, and stir-fried a plate of green pepper and potato shreds. After her mother finished cooking, she went back to bed and went back to sleep. She stood in front of the small dining table, just standing there blankly. The feeling at this time was very similar to that time. She still remembers that there was no salt at home that day, and the green pepper and potato shreds were not salted, but it was the most delicious meal Zhu Yuantang had ever eaten. No doubt about it. Jiang Ning put the 2 bowls on the table, and seeing Zhu Yuantang's dazed look, he waved his hand in front of her. "Are you possessed?" Jiang Ning muttered. Zhu Yuantang shuddered, came back to his senses, and hummed, "I'm not." Okay, let's eat." She took a bite of yuanxiao, which was filled with hawthorn, sour and sweet, and still tasted the same. She poked the crispy meat with a bamboo stick. The surface of the crispy meat was sprinkled with spices, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. It was so delicious that she squinted her eyes with a little expression of enjoyment. Seeing her eating so deliciously, Jiang Ning's appetite was aroused. He also took a bamboo stick and poked the crispy meat. It was surprisingly delicious. He ate several pieces in a row, causing Zhu Yuantang to roll her eyes and snatch all her crispy meat. This Kyog crispy meat is an old store. It was still in business until Jiang Ning graduated from university and had a good business. In the future, when most shops join the food delivery platform, Kyog crispy pork will still insist on only doing offline business because the boss is worried that food delivery will affect the taste, so it has not been launched online. The same portion of crispy pork is now 7 yuan and will rise to 10 yuan and then 15 yuan. Jiang Ning liked to eat Kyog crispy pork very much in high school, but it was a pity that the price of 7 yuan per portion made him stop, and he felt heartbroken every time he ate it. In fact, there are many delicious snacks on this street, but Jiang Ning didn't have much pocket money before, and he usually had to buy various things for Shenkinj. There was little money left, and he was very stingy when doing things. His dream in high school was that one day he could walk into this snack street, not worry about money, eat a big meal, and completely satisfy his appetite. Unfortunately, this dream has never been realized in high school. After many years, Jiang Ning graduated from university and returned to Yuzhou City. He walked on this street again. At that time, he had savings and didn't care much about the cost of snacks. He held a thick wallet, looked at the snack street that was as prosperous as before, and recalled the past years. That naive boy, the poor boy, those snacks that he couldn't afford, the things he wanted in the past, are all yesterday. I can eat whatever I want now. No one can stop me. Jiang Ning ate from one store to another. However, he only ate 2 or 3 snacks and couldn't eat any more. Did the taste change? No, those old stores are still well received. What changed is the state of mind. Entering society, all kinds of pressures came, and the heavy reality was in front of him. House prices, work, and future reminded him all the time that you have to roll inward, and don't lie flat, otherwise you will be surpassed by others. Just to be an ordinary person He has tried his best. That day, Jiang Ning stood in front of the long street, looking at the noisy crowd, silently finished the remaining food, and threw the packaging bag into the trash can. Then he turned and left, striding forward, and the future is a long road of life. And behind him, the embarrassed boy, standing in front of the snack stand, chewing the food, smiling happily, will never grow up. I want to buy osmanthus flowers and carry them with me for wine, but it doesn't feel like the days of youth. At that time, Jiang Ning thought he would never be able to go back. Thank you Arbio for the reward. Thank you pandas will never be slaves, unless they provide food, and lodging. Book friend 201806242143233580. Quote book friend 2018100523093035. Quote no continue Tchaikovsky for the monthly tickets. At the same time, I'm very grateful for everyone's recommendation votes. There are more book friends interacting today. Thank you for your support. Please read the book these 2 days. That is, read to the end of the latest chapter. It is really important to test the waters and promote it, which is so important that it determines the future. We have 700 book friends. As long as you keep supporting me, we will definitely be able to advance smoothly. You don't want me to be eliminated, do you? Doghead holding a flower. Chapter 44 A Seed. That night, after Jiang Ning finished tempering his body, he went to the village factory for a walk. To his regret, the place was deserted. After his repeated targeting, the young Manyanbo gave up doing bad things and evacuated the entire factory. This made Jiang Ning's life less interesting. He stood on the dam and looked at the village with only sporadic lights. Too weak. This time it was just a sudden whim that he did. From beginning to end, no one noticed and he easily solved the opponent. With this kind of execution, even if he had entered society in his previous life, it would have been extremely difficult to accomplish this. Jiang Ning glanced at his mobile phone. It was only 8 o'clock in the evening. Sell 2 gold bars first to make up the balance, otherwise I won't have money to buy the soul-sinking incense from the herbal medicine dealer. Jiang Ning originally planned to go to Kaiao's city and find a deserted place to sell the gold bars, but he changed his mind and thought it was too troublesome. This does not completely eliminate the risk. It is better to go to the pawn shop last time. The colleague in the previous life has verified the character of the other party. In addition, it is close. As long as the spiritual mark is planted, everything is under control. Moreover, Jiang Ning can't wait to quickly improve the progress of cultivation. If he cultivates spiritual herbs, he must contract a treasure land with rich spiritual power, mountains, and water. Jiang Ning has determined the location of the treasure land. It is located in Huqi Mountain adjacent to Qinghai Lake. There are mountains and water, clear air, elegant environment, and a villa area built halfway up the mountain. It is the residence of the rich in Yaozhou City. It is very famous. Pedestrians at the foot of the mountain can often see all kinds of luxury cars coming in and out. If ordinary people can live in the Huqi Mountain Villa district, they are already winners in life. After Jiang Ning graduated, he had dreamed of buying a Huqi Mountain Villa, but after working for a few years, he couldn't even get a fraction. Even now, the villa there is not worth millions. Jiang Ning can't afford a villa, even if he sells all the gold bars dug out from Zhu Yuantang's family. Jiang Ning not only wants to buy a villa, but also a single family villa with the best location, and then contract a piece of forest, set up a spiritual array, and cultivate spiritual herbs. These things are not easy to do if you don't have a certain status in the local area. He plans to refine some spiritual medicines, promote them in the world, sell them, gain money and status, and take over the villa and land contracting rights of Huqi Mountain. With Jiang Ning's age and his current status, it is not convenient for him to take action. Moreover, those things are too cumbersome and will greatly slow down his practice speed. For example, in the immortal sect, those who are usually busy with trivial matters are mostly cultivators who have no hope of breakthrough, while those elders with profound cultivation are mostly in seclusion for many years. Only when something big happens in the sect will they come forward to solve it. Jiang Ning prefers to stay behind the scenes to control, so that he can enjoy greater benefits. During this period, he has temporarily finalized 2 external specifications, the so-called white gloves. However, they are still in the probation period, and one of them is Xiao Shuangshan, the owner of the pawn shop. Let the other party fall into the trap first, and then use it to control the other party and make her do things for you. Jiang Ning already had a preliminary idea. Is there anything in the world that is more solid than controlling life? Thinking of this, Jiang Ning no longer hesitated. He used the key concealment technique and rushed to the city center. 10 minutes later. It was less than 8:30 in the evening, and the pawn shop was not closed yet. Xiao Shuangshan sat on the chair, tapping the keyboard with her white fingers, controlling the characters on the screen to move and attack. The pawn shop is open until 10 o'clock in the evening every day before closing. There are not many customers at ordinary times, but this is the case in this industry. Once it is open, it is enough to make a living for 10 days and half a month. Relying on the connections left by the elders, on average, you can earn hundreds of thousands of yuan every year. After all, the shop is your own, and you don't have to pay rent. Hundreds of thousands of yuan may seem like a lot in Yuzhou City, but it doesn't make you rich. Moreover, the work in the pawn shop is boring and boring, which will only wear down your fighting spirit. There is no way. My brother at home is unwilling to take over the shop, so she can only take over. Otherwise, the connections maintained by the family for many years will be broken, which is a pity. Xiao Shuangshan first stayed in Linzhou City for a few years. She was a medical student and worked as a nurse. It was very tiring and hard. She worked in 3 shifts, often at night, and was scolded by patients and their families. Later, after she was 25, she felt that she could not bear it anymore. The elders in her family were not in good health, so she simply returned to her hometown of Yuzhou and took over the pawn shop. From then on, she lived a comfortable life, but this kind of life could not be seen at a glance. She was 27 years old this year, and she was about to turn 30. In the future, she would probably find a man to marry and live a life of raising a husband and children. Xiao Shuangshan was a little confused and scared. Although she was 27 years old and could stand on her own, she still felt that she was a child. She also had the idea of giving up her current life and going to a big city to make a living. She was unwilling to stay in a small place, but she had no strengths, and it was not so easy to mix outside. It was probably not as good as it is now. Xiao Shuangshan occasionally met with her former sisters. Her sisters were also medical students. Later, they were admitted to the health bureau. They had a leisurely job and a comfortable life. She confided her ideas to her sisters, but they did not agree. They thought that peace and safety were good. Xiao Shuangshan was daydreaming, her fingers tapping the keyboard non-stop. At this moment, the glass door opened. She looked up and saw a slender young man walking in. Xiao Shuangshan knew this young man. He was Jiang Ning. Xiao Shuangshan had made a fortune from him not long ago, a few thousand yuan. Jiang Ning sat on a wooden chair, gently turned his palm, and 2 golden bars appeared in his palm. Xiao Shuangshan's eyes changed, looking at Jiang Ning, trying to find suspicious points from him. It's passed down from our ancestors. Do you want to accept it? Jiang Ning's attitude was flat. Xiao Shuangshan looked at Jiang Ning, then at the gold bars. She was a little worried that these gold bars were stolen by Jiang Ning, or stolen from home. It would be troublesome for her to accept such stolen goods. After thinking for a few seconds, Xiao Shuangshan decided to accept it. First, she could sell these gold bars through channels, which could equal 2 months' income. Second, she was in the pawn business, which was a very demanding business. Not only did she have to look at the objects, but she also had to look at the people. Only in this way could she judge the other party's confidence and accept it at the lowest price. She had seen people who stole jewelry to pawn before. Those people avoided their eyes and became very nervous at the slightest sign of trouble. They were like gunpowder barrels that could explode at any time and lacked confidence. Facing such customers, Xiao Shuangshan would generally refuse to accept them. Although her family in Yuzhou City had some background, it could not withstand the tossing. Jiang Ning was different. He looked like a teenager, but his temperament was quite calm, and he did not show any fear. As the saying goes, you can tell a person's future from the age of 3. For many young children, if they do not encounter major changes in the future, their future achievements can probably be seen from their current performance. In Xiao Shuangshan's eyes, Jiang Ning would surely achieve great success if he followed the rules in the future. Xiao Shuangshan took out a complete set of tools like last time and began to weigh, measure, determine the purity, whether there were other impurities, and so on. After a series of tests, the gold bars were fine. The international gold price is not fluctuating much now. It's still 310 yuan per gram. Because of the purity and other reasons, we still go with the last price of 270. How about it? Xiao Shuangshan asked. Jiang Ning nodded. No problem. He didn't bargain for that little price. He would need Xiao Shuangshan to work for him in the future, so why not give her a little advantage? The 2 gold bars weigh 620 grams in total, which is equivalent to 167,400 yuan. I'll make it up to you. 168,000 yuan. Cash or bank card? She glanced at Jiang Ning. Cash. Jiang Ning said. Wow, that's a lot. Xiao Shuangshan smiled. Her eyes were phoenix eyes, but they were slightly larger than ordinary phoenix eyes. There was a small teardrop mole under her eyes. When she smiled, she had a special charm. Her tear trough was slightly dark, which not only did not affect her beauty, but added some realism. At a glance, you can tell that she often stays up late. Wait a moment. Xiao Shuangshan said, walked to the back of the room, pushed open a door and locked it. She opened the wooden cabinet, revealing a silver white safe. After entering the password, the box opened, and stacks of cash were placed inside. Many customers came to pawn their items and asked for cash payment, so Xiao Shuangshan usually kept some cash as a backup. She took out an Adidas black backpack, took out most of the cash, put it in the bag, and then carried the bag out. In front of Jiang Ning, Xiao Shuangshan counted it with the machine to confirm that the amount was okay. She handed the Adidas backpack to Jiang Ning. Happy cooperation. Jiang Ning put the bag on one shoulder and pushed open the glass door. Before leaving, he suddenly turned around and said, don't eat too much black sesame seeds. It's not good for your health. If you have hair loss, you should sleep more and relax. After that, Jiang Ning left directly. He just threw a seed and waited for it to take root and sprout. Chapter 45 HMM. Xiao Shuangshan looked at the empty room and was surprised. How did he know that I was losing my hair? Recently, every time she washed her hair, Xiao Shuangshan would lose more than 100 hairs. The densely tangled hair in the basin was very scary. Xiao Shuangshan was afraid that she would be bald. She knew that relaxing and relieving stress could prevent hair loss. The key was that every time she washed her hair, she saw so much hair falling out, which made her panic. When she was panicked, she became stressed, and when she was stressed, she continued to lose her hair. It was an endless cycle with no solution. Xiao Shuangshan remembered that every Chinese New Year, a large family gathered around a table. The winter sun shone in, and the reflected light on the table gathered together, all of which were golden bald heads. Her grandfather was bald, her uncle was bald, her second uncle was bald, her father was bald, and her cousin was also bald. Xiao Shuangshan wanted to ask, what is the probability of her being bald? When she thought of this, Xiao Shuangshan wanted to cry, but had no tears. She was even so panicked that she searched online for how to prevent hair loss. She heard that eating black sesame seeds was very useful, so she drank black sesame paste and ate black sesame pills every day, and she was about to vomit. These were her private affairs, and she rarely told outsiders. How did Jiang Ning know about them? She had only met Jiang Ning twice, so how could he tell? Was her hair thinning? Xiao Shuangshan quickly took out her macup mirror. No. Her black hair was thick, and there was no sign of baldness. She looked on the table, and there was nothing related to black sesame on it. Xiao Shuangshan was puzzled. Jiang Ning had successfully left a strange impression in her mind. After Jiang Ning left, he didn't care what Xiao Shuangshan thought. He was just trying for the time being, and when he came next time, when the time was right, he would show Xiao Shuangshan his extraordinariness, and use her as a pusher, to start a spiritual medicine business. When it comes to the pharmaceutical business, the approval process required is cumbersome, and Xiao Shuangshan is the person chosen by Jiang Ning. He doesn't know Xiao Shuangshang's specific ability. If she is not capable enough, he will just replace her. After all, there are many people in this society who are talented but not appreciated. After getting hundreds of thousands of yuan from selling gold, Jiang Ning prepared to go to the Kaiyao herb wholesale market. He planned to refine a batch of special medicines for the difficult and complicated diseases in the real world. Today is Mid-Autumn Festival. Aunt Gu asked Jiang Ning to go to her house for dinner yesterday. It was just that his uncle had made a prior notice, and Jiang Ning hadn't been to his uncle's place for a while. Jiang Ning went to the street to buy mooncakes. The mooncakes in the supermarket were very expensive, a box of several hundred yuan. In fact, these mooncakes, in terms of taste alone, are not worth the price. They are mainly expensive in packaging, which looks a bit high-end. Jiang Ning didn't need this kind of mooncakes. He went to the old mooncake shop on the street, only to see a long line at the door. It would take at least half an hour to line up. Jiang Ning had no choice but to add 20 yuan and bought 2 boxes from the scalper, spending a total of 80 yuan. He didn't hesitate anymore. After returning to the rental house, Jiang Ning carried the mooncakes to Zhu Yuantang's door. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Jiang Ning gave Zhu Yuantang a box of mooncakes. Zhu Yuantang was a little happy. Usually, few people bought her holiday gifts. But she didn't want Jiang Ning to spend money all the time. So she said, "Thank you, the gift is very good. Don't buy it next time." Yes, okay. Don't be perfunctory. Don't do these empty things with our family. Zhu Yuantang said seriously. Jiang Ning had no choice but to say, yes, okay, I got it. Zhu Yuantang saw that Jiang Ning's face almost had an expression that said I'll dare to do it next time, and said angrily, yes, what's good about it? I'm teaching you not to spend money recklessly. You always give people gifts. I'm telling you, but you still say yes and don't listen. It's so annoying. Jiang Ning saw Zhu Yuantang talking nonsense and laughed. Yes, okay. Too perfunctory. Zhu Yuantang was really going to get angry, pouting unhappily. You're still humming. You just hum. The teacher asked if you knew the answer to this question, and you hummed when you couldn't. The teacher asked you to stand in the corner, and you hummed. When people asked you if you had money to eat, you hummed. You wiped your tears because you were hungry, and then you said it didn't matter. You're still humming. Oh, by the way, remember to come to my house for dinner tonight. Jiang Ning nodded seriously, and he didn't hum again. I will definitely come tonight. Yes, I'll wait for you to come back. Zhu Yuantang crossed his arms and tilted his head back. Jiang Ning returned to the room, took out the phone card, put it in the card frame, and installed it on his 300 yuan smartphone. He usually uses an iPhone 5, and if he goes to his uncle's house, he needs to cover it up. At least he can't explain where the money came from to buy the iPhone 5. His uncle can call his parents at any time, which will be a hassle. He simply changed to this 300 yuan smartphone. Jiang Ning touched his phone and swiped it a few times. After using the iPhone 5, this phone was so laggy. This phone is the Xiaoyu Yellow B, a relatively famous model in this era. Jiang Ning always thought that his phone was a Xiaoyu Yellow B, until later in the class, he saw a classmate also using the Xiaoyu Yellow B. After comparing, he found that he was using a copycat version of the Yellow B. This copycat Yellow B did not even have Bluetooth function, which broadened Jiang Ning's horizons. Jiang Ning carried a box of mooncakes and rode all the way to his uncle's house. He knocked on the door, and his aunt opened the door, saw Jiang Ning, and saw the mooncakes in his hand, and complained, "What else did you bring home?" Huh. Auntie was surprised. "How did you grow so tall?" Then she shouted, "Kishan, come and see." Uncle Jiang Kishan walked to the door in slippers, and was also surprised to see Jiang Ning's height. Oh my god, he grew 10 centimeters in half a month, as tall as Lang Lang. Just before school started, Jiang Ning stood in front of Jiang Junlang, and seemed half a head shorter. Now they are almost the same height. I was worried that you wouldn't eat well outside, but now I'm relieved. Uncle was sincerely happy. His younger brother entrusted Jiang Ning to him, and he didn't do a good job. He was a little guilty. Now seeing Jiang Ning's rapid growth, he immediately had an explanation. Jiang Ning changed his shoes and walked in. Jiang Long smiled at him. His cousin and his wife greeted him, and Shen Qinj, who was sitting on the sofa, only glanced at him. "Uncle, no business today?" Jiang Ning asked. Generally, on the Mid-Autumn Festival, many people would go directly to restaurants to celebrate the festival in order to save trouble. Uncle's restaurant business is good. If it is open today, there will be one wave at noon and one wave at night, and at least a few thousand yuan will be earned. Uncle patted his belly and said, "There is no end to making money. Holidays are more important. I'm busy all year and can't take a few days off. Let's have a good holiday today." Haha, look at Uncle's generosity. It's not something that ordinary people can compare to. Jiang Ning praised. Jiang Qishan was happy to hear Jiang Ning's words. This is why he likes this little nephew. That's right, they are obsessed with money, but as for me, I just need enough to spend. Jiang Ning gave a thumbs up. Pattern, look, this is pattern. Seeing Jiang Ning like this, Jiang Qishan thought that the little nephew had grown taller, and the clothes he bought before must not be suitable. He would take him to buy a few more in the afternoon. The family gathered together in a lively manner. Although the aunt despised the poor and loved the rich, Jiang Ning did not live in the uncle's house. When he came occasionally, the aunt would not despise him and cooked a table of delicious dishes. At noon, the uncle pulled Jiang Ning to drink 2 glasses with him, and Jiang Ning did not spoil the fun. He is a cultivator, so a little bit of alcohol is nothing. Shen Qinj never spoke to Jiang Ning the whole time, but she was always paying attention to him secretly. Jiang Ning, who used to obey her, suddenly ran away. She still hasn't adapted to it and feels that something is missing. Recently, she always wants Jiang Ning to look at her in a new light. Shen Qinj herself doesn't understand this mentality. Obviously, she never cared about Jiang Ning before. But during the period of school, Jiang Ning's advantages have been gradually revealed. He has good physical fitness, is particularly good at playing table tennis, and has grown taller. These are all things she didn't know before. To be honest, Shen Qinj doesn't want Jiang Ning to live well. After leaving her, the more miserable Jiang Ning is, the happier she is. Finally, she stood in front of Jiang Ning again and told him that his original choice was wrong. When he was free, Jiang Ning took out his mobile phone. Shen Qinj saw at a glance that it was not an iPhone 5. The last time Jiang Ning logged into questions with an iPhone, Shen Qinj was very concerned and paid special attention to it in class. Jiang Ning was indeed using an iPhone 5. At that time, she was still confused. As a result, now, he has changed to the original mobile phone again. What is he hiding? There is another chapter later. Chapter 46, Evergreen Liquid. During the 3-day Mid-Autumn Festival holiday, Jiang Ning took time to go to the Kaohsiao medicinal materials wholesale market. The soul-sinking incense had not yet arrived. Jiang Ning was a little disappointed. Without the assistance of the soul-sinking incense, his spiritual consciousness could only rely on the golden mysterious divination technique to hone and strengthen little by little. For the time being, it can only be used as a means of detection and to cast a simple spell shocking spirit thorn. His spiritual consciousness still cannot do basic applications such as spiritual consciousness shock and spiritual consciousness control. In common sense, spiritual consciousness and spiritual power cultivation go hand in hand. When the realm is raised, the spiritual consciousness will also be improved, and the spiritual power cultivation corresponds to the spiritual consciousness cultivation. If there are natural materials and treasures to assist, the spiritual consciousness can be ahead of the spiritual power cultivation and show powerful and magical uses in advance. Whether it is fighting against the enemy, or refining pills, refining tools, and refining talismans, there are many benefits. Without the soul-sinking incense, Jiang Ning did not make a wasted trip. He bought some other medicinal materials. Jiang Ning plans to use these medicinal materials to prepare a spiritual liquid for hair regeneration. A simple process of applying the spiritual liquid once can achieve painless hair growth. Although hair transplant surgery is now available, the operation process is relatively troublesome. Hair transplant surgery is to transplant hair follicles from other parts of the body to the bald area to make the hair thicker. You have to go to the hospital for treatment, and you have to be anesthetized before the operation. After the operation, your head is full of dense small wounds. It hurts, and when the wounds heal and scab, it is very itchy, making people unable to resist scratching. After the operation, you have to wrap your head with bandages and change the dressings, a series of tedious and troublesome care. All surgeries are torture. Jiang Ning's spiritual liquid is like applying conditioner. It is a foolproof operation. Children and adults can use it and easily grow hair. The spiritual liquid is not difficult to configure. In fact, there are also people with hair loss in the world of cultivation, where Jiang Ning is. For example, some body refining monks often have shiny bald heads due to their strong bodies and vigorous blood. This type of monk has been troubled by this for a long time. After all, cultivators also care about their image. Not everyone wants to make a living by cultivation. Many monks want to have a handsome appearance and attract the protection of female monks with high realms. There was once a male cultivator in the key training stage who was very blessed. He was very handsome and looked like a banished immortal. Therefore, he was valued by the female ancestor in the nascent soul stage and was given countless elixirs. The male cultivator in the key training stage rushed all the way to the golden core stage, and I don't know how many cultivators envied him. Moreover, if a female cultivator chooses a dual cultivation partner, she will probably not choose a bold cultivator when facing two male cultivators of the same level. Some smart cultivators saw the opportunity, thought hard, and developed a hair growth liquid, earning a lot of spirit stones. Because of this resource, they even broke through the foundation building stage by chance, becoming a good story in the world of immortal cultivation. After the hair growth liquid was spread to the world of immortal cultivation, the secret formula was soon cracked, and it became a common product. After Jiang Ning saw it in the lower insect's treasury, he wrote it down casually. This spiritual liquid is called evergreen liquid. Jiang Ning found 6 of the 7 herbs needed, 2 of which are more common, dried ginger and Polygonum multiflorum. Dried ginger combs hair follicles, and Polygonum multiflorum grows black hair. The last one is an auxiliary medicine, which Kayaozao herbal medicine merchants said they had never heard of. Jiang Ning temporarily gave up and only used 6 herbs. The missing auxiliary medicine is used to increase the maintenance time. If the auxiliary medicine is of good quality, it can ensure that hair will never fall out after hair growth. If that auxiliary medicine is missing, the evergreen liquid prepared will be enough to ensure that hair will not fall out for half a year after hair growth. Considering the quality of medicinal materials in the current world, Jiang Ning thinks it can last for about 2 to 3 months. This is enough. As long as the user applies the evergreen liquid diligently, his hair loss rate will never catch up with the speed of hair growth, and he will never be bald. This can also greatly increase the sustainable sales of spiritual liquid and make a steady stream of profits. Moreover, this kind of spiritual liquid that maintains hair growth in the short term does not seem to be so effective or perfect, and the chance of causing a shock in the medical community is also smaller. It's like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Jiang Ning began to prepare the evergreen liquid. The process was not complicated. A spiritual fire was fired to boil water, and then the water containing spiritual power was prepared. After the herbs were extracted with the spiritual fire, they were thrown into the spiritual water one by one, boiled and brewed, and waited for some changes to occur. It was much simpler than refining the elixir. This was normal. The threshold for refining the elixir was quite high. Ordinary people could not become alchemists at all. Otherwise, the cultivator would not have racked his brains to study the biological liquid for the spiritual stones. If he were an alchemist, he would not worry about the spiritual stones. It was precisely because the alchemists who were more proficient in pharmacology did not worry about the spiritual stones and did not toss, so the biological liquid was prepared by an unknown little cultivator. The spiritual liquid suspended in the air gradually turned green, and a faint spicy smell came out. It's done. Jiang Ning waved his finger, and the spiritual fire was extinguished. He unfolded the fist-sized spiritual liquid into a surface, and exposed it to the air to cool. When the spicy smell was gone, he waved his hand again, and the green spiritual liquid turned into water, and flowed into 3 white jade bottles. Jiang Ning held the jade bottle, and said to himself, the cost of the 3 bottles of evergreen liquid is 15 yuan in total. What is the appropriate selling price? After a brief thought, Jiang Ning decided to promote it in the mid to high-end market first, and set a reasonable price of 2,000 per bottle. 2,000 yuan, and you will have black hair and youth. Although it can only last for 2 or 3 months, compared with those big name cosmetics and beauty products, Jiang Ning thinks it is still conscientious. You should know that many women's small lipsticks cost hundreds of yuan. A bottle of skincare lotion costs 1 or 2,000 yuan, and the expensive ones even cost more than 10,000 yuan. The effect is average, but there are still countless women who buy it. Jiang Ning's evergreen liquid has real medicinal effects, truly serves health, is brewed with spiritual power, and has no side effects. Someone should buy it? Jiang Ning is actually not sure. Because the medicinal effect is too strong, it can make bald heads grow thick black hair. So evergreen liquid is more suitable for men, because from a physiological factor, men are more likely to be bald. Most of the bald people I see around me are men, such as English teacher Chen Haiyang, who is not only bald, but also reflective. In recent years, in the capital market, some people have ridiculed that the ranking of consumption power is women, children, the elderly, pets, men. In fact, it is not the case. If it involves their own hair, men will never be stingy about investing in themselves. Hair is more important than height. Only those who have truly experienced the pain will care about it. In China alone, there are hundreds of millions of people suffering from hair loss. As long as Jiang Ning can win over some of these users, he will not have to worry about his cultivation resources. Of course, the evergreen liquid can also be used for women. Women rarely become completely bald, but their hair will become sparse, especially after giving birth, when hair loss worsens. In this case, some ladies will not mind spending a few thousand yuan. Women are naturally beautiful, so it will be much easier to open up the market with women first. However, whether it will work or not, we have to try to launch the market first. He plans to let Xiao Shuangshang do this. Jiang Ning observed Xiao Shuangshang that day. She had a serious hair loss. Once she used the evergreen liquid, it would work immediately. He decided in his heart that next time he went to Xiao Shuangshang, he would use some methods to introduce the evergreen liquid. I added one more chapter to show my sincerity. Tomorrow is Tuesday. Everyone must follow up. Turn to the last page of the chapter updated tomorrow. When I try to promote the promotion, at least 3 more chapters will be added. The list of rewards and votes will be posted later. Thank you for your support. Chapter 47. I'm also pitiful. The first evening self-study after the Mid-Autumn Festival. There are still 5 minutes before class. Jiang Ning just arrived at the class and noticed an unusual atmosphere. He pushed the door open. He remembered that class 8 usually did not close the door except for holidays and after school. The class was full of students, but it was not as noisy as before. Instead, it seemed a little weird. Zhang Kai, the sports committee member in school uniform, stood on the podium, staring straight at him. The classmates in the class also looked over here, and Jiang Ning was amused. What's going on? Are you giving me a salute? Laughter rang out in the class, and the original dull and depressing atmosphere dissipated a little. Huang Yazhu, who was sitting in the front row and looked mature, said, Zhang Kai lost his basketball. He was asking his classmates just now if anyone knew where the basketball was. Oh, I don't know about this. Jiang Ning said. Zhu Yuantang put his school bag on the desk. Jiang Ning did not stay in front for long. He returned to his seat. His deskmate Ma Shichen immediately said, I don't know which grandson stole the basketball. It's too bad. Jiang Ning said casually, who knows? Jiuo Kanan's face was not good either. Zhang Kai borrowed the basketball specifically for physical education class. After the physical education class last week, he put the basketball in the classroom and went home directly. As a result, when I came back from school, the basketball was gone. I heard that the basketball cost more than 100 yuan. Jiuo Kanan and Zhang Kai lived in the same dormitory, so he knew more than the average person. Jiang Ning listened to these words and looked at Zhang Kai on the podium. Zhang Kai was wearing a school uniform. The school uniform of number 4 middle school was cheap, only a few dozen yuan a set. The quality was average, and the style was not good looking. Fortunately, number 4 middle school did not force students to wear school uniforms. Only on occasions such as school celebrations, speeches, and sports games would everyone be required to wear school uniforms. Therefore, few students usually wear ugly school uniforms. During the period of school opening, Zhang Kai often wore school uniforms. I heard that he eats in the cafeteria, orders vegetarian dishes, and doesn't buy snacks. It can be seen that his family is not very well off. More than 100 yuan is equivalent to more than a week's living expenses for such a person. Ma Shichen asked a few people, now the basketball is missing. It must have been stolen. Do you know who locked the door in the class that day? He thought that the basketball was lost, and the person in charge of the class key must be responsible. After hearing the key, Jiuo Kunan took over and said, we discussed it in the dormitory. It was Zhang Kai who locked the door himself, and he even closed the window before leaving. Ma Shichen had no choice. This was very difficult. He couldn't find out who stole the basketball. After listening to Zheng Lu, he turned around and said, what if you really can't find it? Will Zhang Kai pay for the basketball himself? What can we do? Compensation, more than 100 yuan. Ma Shichen said. Zheng Lu had an idea, why don't you guys pool your money to pay him and compensate him together so that Zhang Kai's burden will be much lighter. Zheng Lu believed that Zhang Kai borrowed the basketball for his classmates to play basketball. It was normal for everyone to share the responsibility for playing basketball together. As soon as Zheng Lu said this, the expressions of several boys present changed. Although they sympathized with him, they were not obliged to share the loss with him. Ma Shichen shirked responsibility. It's too much to compensate together. I was dragged to play basketball that day. Shan Keikwon tapped his phone and said, Zhang Kai borrowed the basketball himself. We didn't ask him to borrow it. Jiuo Kunan stood in the middle and said, compensation is indeed unrealistic. Zhang Kai lost the basketball and must be the most responsible person. How much should he pay? It's only been a few days since school started. It's impossible to say how close they are. Everyone is a student. Except for a few exceptions, their family backgrounds are similar. If divided equally, each person has to pay more than 10 yuan. The UK internet cafe outside the school only costs 10 yuan for a night. A dozen yuan, a huge loss. No one wants to spend it for nothing. A few men in the back row were discussing enthusiastically, but Zheng Lu silenced them with one sentence. Seeing the unhappy faces of the boys, Zheng Lu wanted to say something, but she didn't say it in the end. She was naive, but not a complete fool. She could detect the changes in the boys, and knew that she had said the wrong thing. Now she was embarrassed. She wanted to turn around and go back, but she felt a little embarrassed, so she could only freeze here. Jiang Ning saw her embarrassment, and said at the right time, okay, class is about to start. Everyone get ready. The first class is Chen Haiyang's class. Be careful that he will cut you. Such conversations took place in every corner of the classroom. After Shan Zhao heard the gossip about Zhang Kai, he had no sympathy at all. He and Zhang Kai were the only ones in the class who often wore school uniforms. They were equally poor, so Zhang Kai could only leave it to fate while he was working hard. Some time ago, after he got the class key, he immediately made a new key and kept it secretly, which cost him 2 yuan. Zhang Kai is pitiful, isn't he pitiful? Hearing that the basketball is worth more than 100 yuan, Shan Zhao's heart was broken. In order to sell it quickly, he went back to his hometown during the holiday and sold the basketball to the primary school students in the neighboring village for only 25 yuan. It's a blood loss, okay. Shan Zhao thought so. Next time he found something and sold it, he must find out its price before selling it, so as to maximize the profit. Until the class, Zhang Kai still couldn't find out who stole the basketball. He was very angry and felt that every student in every class was a suspect, but he had no choice. He could only sit back in his seat with frustration. Jiang Ning guessed that it was Shan Zhao who stole the basketball, but he didn't stand up to identify it. Shan Zhao had taken the basketball away long ago, and he had no evidence, not to mention that he was too lazy to identify it. Jiang Ning is not a savior. He will help anyone who is pitiful. In that case, he will not practice cultivation. This is good. Shan Zhao continues to be crazy. Sooner or later, he will go to the police station and enjoy life with free food and accommodation. Although the basketball incident happened in class 8, after only 2 classes, the basketball incident was forgotten by everyone. The students were very active on the first day of evening self-study after a 3-day holiday. Jiang Ning, I'm going to the small supermarket. What do you want to eat? I'll bring it to you. Zheng Lu stood in front of Jiang Ning, looking down at her, with a warm smile on her chubby face. Jiang Ning looked up, and her vision was somewhat blocked from this angle. Zheng Lu's eyes were expectant. Jiang Ning had helped her out before, and she wanted to express her gratitude. Of course, there was also a little bit of a little thought. No need. Jiang Ning waved her hand. Then I'll bring you a cup of red bean double skim milk. It's my treat. Zheng Lu clapped her hands lightly and made the decision without authorization. Ma Shicheng saw it and pinched his throat. I also want to eat double skim milk. Can you bring me one? Zheng Lu glanced at him and ignored him. Turned around and left the class in style. Shan Kaiquan sat on the table with one leg on the ground, telling everyone his story. Brothers, let me tell you, didn't I take that bus to school today? I sat by the window, and there was a girl sitting next to me. She was very pretty, the kind of cool girl, you know. She had a colorful butterfly tattooed on her arm and on her ear. Chapter 48. A butterfly comes. Shan Kaiquan was halfway through his words. Ma Shicheng retorted, people with tattoos are not good people. That girl might be a gangster. Tattoos are still hard to get rid of prejudice in later generations, not to mention that in 2013, many people's first impression of tattoos is that they are not good people. Ma Shicheng spoke a little loudly, and Yang Sheng, who was in the front row, was very disgusted after hearing it, and stood up to accuse him. Why do you say that people with tattoos are not good people? I don't think you are a good person. Yang Sheng has always been tough, and started a fight directly. Seeing someone dare to argue with him, and it was a girl, Ma Shicheng got excited. He never tolerated women. Raising his volume, Ma Shicheng refuted from a distance. Why do you think tattoos are good? Don't you have tattoos on your body? He looked at Yang Sheng exaggeratedly with an offensive look. Yang Sheng was annoyed by his stare and cursed. Bullshit. Ha ha ha. Do you dare to admit that you don't have tattoos? No, you don't dare. Ma Shicheng saw through everything. What's wrong with my tattoo? Do you have any objection? Yang Sheng did secretly tattoo a very small pattern. People like you who are indiscriminate and wantonly deny others are not good people. Being targeted like this, Ma Shicheng was not annoyed. He turned to ask Wang Longlong, Brother Long, what do you think of tattoos? I don't think it's a good thing. Do you agree? Wang Longlong was honest. He just played with Ma Shicheng's mobile phone today. If he dared to object, he might not have a mobile phone to play with in the future. He must agree, and said very paparazzi, Brother Ma is right. Ma Shicheng smiled lightly, and looked at Hu Jun again. Brother Jun, what do you think? Hu Jun was originally an upright and selfless living committee member. However, facing Ma Shicheng, he couldn't help but think of the election of living committee members that day. It was the support and encouragement of Ma Shicheng and others that made him brave enough to go up. He coughed and expressed his attitude. I think Ma Shicheng is right. What about Brother Guo? Ma Shicheng asked again. Several people in a row all agreed with him. Afterwards, Ma Shicheng looked at Yang Sheng with a triumphant look on his face and said lightly, justice is in the hearts of the people. Yang Sheng was simply impressed by Ma Shicheng. She had never seen such a bitch before. She was so angry that her chest rose and fell violently, and she couldn't speak for a while. Shan Kaiquan saw that everyone had finally calmed down and continued. She has a colorful butterfly tattooed on her arm and on her ear. Before he finished speaking, another voice interrupted. Only when people like you die, tattoos will not be discriminated against. Dong Qingfeng's voice was sonorous and powerful, like justice coming. Shan Kaiquan, this support greatly increased Yang Sheng's favorability. Feeling the look conveyed by Yang Sheng, Dong Qingfeng felt elated. He saw on the internet that when a woman is lonely and helpless, if you stand up, you are very likely to capture her heart in one fell swoop. Although Dong Qingfeng was ready to pursue Shenkinj, Yang Sheng also had a unique temperament, and it was difficult for him to choose. Ma Shicheng saw that someone else came out to make trouble, and it was Dong Qingfeng, who he had always been unhappy with. Ma Shicheng did not choose to fight back forcefully, but used the tone of a mature man. Brother, you are still young. Think about your future wife getting a tattoo. The male tattoo artist warmly invites you. Do you know how tattoos are done? especially in those places. Dong Qingfeng wanted to say, I don't have that kind of wife. But he couldn't help but put himself in his shoes and always felt a chill in his heart. Yang Sheng was furious. Ma Shicheng, keep your mouth clean. Ma Shicheng sneered. He disdained to pay attention to the defeated opponent. Even if Yang Sheng got angry, he couldn't do anything to him. Seeing that the atmosphere had calmed down, Shan Kaiquan didn't rush to speak. After waiting for dozens of seconds, he said cautiously, she had a colorful butterfly tattooed on her arm and a shell earring on her ear. She sat next to me. I was deeply attracted to her. He recalled the scene at that time and still lingered. Ma Shicheng was a little excited just now and interrupted Shan Kaiquan's words. Now he felt sorry for him and said to him, do you want her questions? Show the pictures to the brothers. As soon as the girls' photos were mentioned, this topic immediately attracted several boys who were watching the show. Yes. Shan Kaiquan said, you know how brave I am. Then why don't you show it to us quickly? What are you hesitating about? Jiuo Kanan urged. Don't worry, I'll tell you how I got the questions. Shan Kaiquan said calmly. Seeing the attention of the boys around him, he was not in a hurry and acted like a master. The girl was wearing very little, a short skirt and short sleeves, you know. It got colder outside today, and the bus I took was a rural bus without air conditioning, and I was sitting by the window at the time. In order to get questions, I suddenly thought of a good idea. I deliberately opened the window. The wind outside was so strong that the girl shivered. Jiuo Kanan couldn't stand it anymore and complained, you're so mean. Later, she asked me to close the window, and I took the opportunity to ask her 4 questions. Shan Kaiquan's face fell. She did ask for it, but she didn't give it to me. She has a temper. Jiuo Kanan sighed. Ma Shicheng had expected this. Tattoos, earrings, and short skirts. It sounds like she has a temper. It's strange that you can get it. Several classmates next to him expressed the same view. Shan Kaiquan listened to their words for a long time. After the voices fell, he said, but I still got questions. Is it true? I, Shan Kaiquan, never lie. The first time I asked 4 questions, she did refuse, so I didn't close the window and let the cold wind blow on her. Shan Kaiquan took the pleasure of revenge. She closed the window herself. Hey, do you know how difficult it is to open the window of a bus? Especially our privately contracted rural bus, which takes a long time to maintain. Ordinary girls can't open the window at all. At that time, he watched coldly, as if he had turned into ice. Don't mention it, she is quite strong. She pulled it a little bit, and the wind died down. As for me, I'm not cold, so I opened the window wider. Shan Kaiquan gestured. In terms of bad morals, Ma Shicheng is ashamed of himself. She was so cold that she couldn't stand it anymore, so she begged me to add her on questions. Shan Kaiquan then took out his phone and showed it to everyone. She asked me just now during the evening study session, asking me what grade I was in and what class I was in. Haha, she's starting to ask about me. Doesn't that mean she has a crush on me? Brothers, women can't be spoiled. You have to be tough. Shan Kaiquan said with an experienced tone. He even clicked into the girl's space on the spot, and there were a few selfies in it, which were really pretty. Even Ma Shicheng, who had always denied having tattoos, was a little envious. Since the start of school, he hasn't added a single pretty girl. Zhenglo and Yang Sheng were originally 2, but now they're all gone. Looking back, Ma Shicheng felt a little sad. The last section of the evening study session was, as usual, a self-study class. During the class, Hu Jun walked up to the podium, looked at the whole class, and announced a piece of news. The water dispenser that our class bought has arrived. In the future, we will order purified water from the school supermarket for drinking water. It costs 4 yuan per bucket. In the future, we will divide into groups and take turns to carry water. This is the table I made. The copy fee will be paid from the class fee. Hu Jun took the tape and pasted the water table on the wall. Jiang Ning, am I in the same group with you? Zhenglu turned her head and asked. Yes, this is divided according to the seats. We are in a group of 4. That's great. I can't move it in the future. Can you help me? I'll buy you snacks. A bucket of purified water is 18.9 liters and about 38 kilograms. It is indeed impossible for an average high school girl to carry it. Okay, no problem. This is not a big deal for Jiang Ning. Zhu Yuantang's position is close to the front. She has good eyesight. She saw the table on the wall. Unfortunately, there is no boy in their group of 4. However, she can ask for offside support. How can I get Jiang Ning to carry water for me without him noticing that I can't carry water? Zhu Yuantang pondered, and she touched the newly bought pink rabbit cup. She bought the cups online for 24 yuan, and the other cup was a white rabbit, which she kept as a gift for Jiang Ning. Zhu Yuantang was still thinking until the bell rang. She was about to get up and leave the classroom when the door was suddenly kicked open and a boy with a face full of hostility rushed in. He was wearing night clothes, and his eagle-like eyes swept across the class, and he shouted arrogantly, "Who the hell is Shan Kaiquan? Stand up for me." Behind the Nike boy, 7 or 8 boys came in, until the last girl with shell earrings appeared. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 49 Experience Baby. Short skirt, shell earrings, cool. How come this girl looks so much like the one Shan Kaiquan described? Ma Shichen looked at Shan Kaiquan. Not only Ma Shichen, but also Ji Yuokunan, Hu Jun and others who had attended the class earlier, all looked over. Shan Kaiquan was stunned. His throat was a little dry. When the girl asked him about his name and class, he thought she was interested in him. He thought a love affair was coming, and his spring was late, but it had arrived. He was ready to make a difficult choice between Bayuxia and the girl, but who would have thought that something like this would happen? The murderous boy in front of the podium was definitely not here to play. Shan Kaiquan suddenly realized, it turns out, that she wanted my detailed information in order to find someone to beat me up. The other party brought several people with him, and Shan Kaiquan was no longer calm. He was not sure how many classmates in the class would be willing to help him if a fight really broke out. He subconsciously looked at Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning looked calm. These things might be a shock to his classmates, but to him, they were just a few clamoring ants. What surprised him was that this incident had never happened in his freshman year. It seemed that with his interference, the future had gradually shifted away from its original direction. Jiang Ning's unmoving look made Shan Kaiquan feel cold in his heart, and he couldn't figure out what he was thinking. It is better to rely on oneself than on others. Shan Kaiquan signaled the classmate sitting by the back door with his eyes. He wanted him to open the back door so that he could retreat strategically. No matter what would happen to him in the future, he would just run away first. It was a pity that the classmate at the door did not understand his look. Class monitor Huang Zhangfei saw that the newcomer was not friendly, so he stood up and said, "If there is a conflict, please go out and solve it, and don't affect our class after school." Nike boy Deng Xiang listened and looked at Huang Zhangfei in surprise, surprised that this boy was so handsome. Immediately, Deng Xiang said disdainfully, "Oh, who do you think you are? Do I need you to control what I do?" Deng Xiang is a student of number 4 middle school. He paid money to get in. He usually does well. Who in the senior class of number 4 middle school doesn't give him face? Today, he learned that his sister Gong Zuan was bullied. Without saying a word, he immediately brought a group of brothers to block the bully. He is not bragging. There are not many people in the senior class who can touch him. If Shan Kaiquan doesn't stand up today, none of you are allowed to go out. No one can leave school. I'll see who dares to move. Deng Xiang pointed at the 2 students who took the opportunity to leave, his eyes fierce. Students like him who often fight have a strong deterrent power. He suddenly got angry, and the 2 boys quickly stopped their actions, not wanting to offend him. The classmates in the class fell into silence. They were all ordinary students. Facing 7 or 8 aggressive boys, ordinary boys dared not resist easily, let alone girls. Huang Zhangfei looked unhappy and took out his mobile phone to call the class teacher. Deng Xiang took 2 steps forward and slammed the table with a loud bang. He stared at Huang Zhangfei and threatened arrogantly, "If you dare to call, I will smash your phone." The table shook and the pink rabbit cup jumped up. Zhu Yuantang hurriedly grabbed the cup, but fortunately she was quick and caught the cup. The cup was made of porcelain and would definitely break if it fell to the ground. Zhu Yuantang was still scared while holding the cup. Huang Zhangfei put down his phone and didn't call again, but looked at him strangely. Huang Zhangfei knew the relationship between Zhu Yuantang and Jiang Ning too well. Why did you touch Zhu Yuantang's table? After such a satisfying smash, Deng Xiang suddenly felt at the top. What's wrong with more than 20 boys in a class? No one stood up. What is this called? This is the power of deterrence. Who is Shan Keiquan? Don't be a coward. If you are a man, come out. Sister, recognize him. Deng Xiang said. Gong Zuan had been searching for the target since she entered the room, and this time, she had already found the real one. Shan Keiquan and Gong Zuan made eye contact, knowing that there was no way this matter would end peacefully. Run. He did intend to run at first. A wise man would not suffer a loss in front of him, but now that it has become like this, if he runs away, how can he have the face to stay in the class in the future? Shan Keiquan mustered up his courage, stood up directly, and said loudly, I'm Shan Keiquan, come to me if you have anything. You are Shan Keiquan, right? Deng Xiang saw Shan Keiquan show up, and his anger finally had a place to vent. He walked directly towards Shan Keiquan. He was alone, and the boys behind him did not catch up. Deng Xiang walked neither fast nor slow, just a normal pace, and the atmosphere in the class became more and more tense. Deng Xiang had fought many times and knew that this would cause the greatest psychological pressure on people. He finally walked in front of Shan Keiquan, staring at Shan Keiquan, intending to slap him a few times first, and then drag him out to beat him up. Shan Keiquan was also prepared. If Deng Xiang took action, he would not sit and wait for death. Anyway, he couldn't run away today, so he would beat someone to death if he caught him. He was a country kid, doing farm work since he was young, so he had some strength. He couldn't beat a fat guy like Song Sheng, but he wasn't afraid of ordinary people. Besides, if a fight really broke out, Jiuo Kunan and the others might not stand by and watch, and he was not alone. Your name is Shan Keiquan, right? You want to die if you touch my sister? Deng Xiang was about to take action. Hu Jun, who was standing by, saw that a fight was about to break out. As a brave life committee member in the class, he would never sit idly by and watch his classmates being bullied. He looked fierce, but was weak inside. What are you doing? What are you doing? Deng Xiang turned his head abruptly and shouted, shut up. Hu Jun was silent, thinking that just now the monitor Huang Zhangfei stood up, and as a class cadre, I also stood up to stop him, which was also considered a contribution to the class, and it was worth it. Wang Lang saw it, and thought that I was a man who would run for class monitor in the future. Seeing Hu Jun setting an example, he immediately jumped out to win favor. He righteously scolded, you are not allowed to hit the classmates in our class. Wang Lang was closer, and Deng Xiang slapped him on the head. Want to die? Wang Lang was silent, thinking that I had also made contributions to the class, and everyone knew that I was a brave person. If anyone stands up again, I will hit you directly. Deng Xiang warned. With two talents demonstrating, the other students did not speak. Jiuo Kunan, Ma Shicheng and others thought that they had not really started yet, and it was not a good opportunity to stand out now. When the fight really started, they would fight back at that time. Even if it went to the academic affairs office, they would not be in trouble, because it was someone who broke into their class first to cause trouble. Deng Xiang dealt with the two who stood up, and no one else came up to bother him. After dragging it on for a while, he was already impatient and finally took action. At this time, Jiang Ning suddenly stood up and said, why don't you apologize first? For a moment, the classmates in the class always felt that this sentence sounded familiar. Deng Xiang was almost amused. He really laughed twice. He didn't expect that someone would dare to offend him at this time. Apologize? What kind of person are you? Since entering class 8 of senior 1, Deng Xiang has been in a domineering state all the time. Unexpectedly, someone dared to show up now. Moreover, he was asked to apologize. It's ridiculous, ridiculous, too ridiculous. Deng Xiang looked at his sister Gong Zuan and asked, why are there so many weird things in class 8? Gong Zuan laughed out loud. I don't know why, but she found it very funny to see the boy asking his elder brother to apologize. It was really ignorant and reckless. Deng Xiang used to be from Tizhang. He was a well-known troublemaker in the junior high school. He often fought with others and once even sent someone to the hospital. After paying some money and getting forgiveness, the matter was settled directly. In her eyes, Deng Xiang's prestige was the highest, and he was a big brother wherever he went. Usually in class, he would touch anyone he was unhappy with, and others would not even dare to say a word. Since she recognized Deng Xiang as her brother, Gong Zuan has been walking sideways in Tizhang, and no girls bully her. And this person actually dared to ask Deng Xiang to apologize, which was really funny. Gong Zuan laughed twice, and suddenly found that the atmosphere was not right. The eyes of these people looking at their brother Deng Xiang seemed a little strange. Even, there was a little weirdness. Deng Xiang stared at Jiang Ning and said angrily, I'm not going to let you gain some experience today, so why are you using me to gain experience? Thank you. 02 memories. It's really hard to come up with a nickname. Jiang, do not operated by me for your awards. Thank you for your continued support. I wanted to write down the votes of everyone who voted, but there were too many, so I thought I might as well write 2 more chapters to give back to everyone. I remember all your nicknames. Please understand my gratitude. Any extra votes can be given to me. Chapter 50 Narcissism. What Deng Xiang was most dissatisfied with was that he just went to someone else's class to beat someone up, but this little thing was blocked by stupid people one after another. It made him feel very uncomfortable. When he was in the junior high school of Tizhang, he would go to someone else's class or dormitory to beat them up in public, slap them, kick them, and no one dared to resist. Why is it different in number 4 middle school? Is it because Deng Xiang, is old? Deng Xiang was furious. He took 2 steps forward and grabbed Jiang Ning's collar with one hand. As long as he grabbed the collar, he would slap him. He once slapped a boy to tears. Ma Shicheng and others around were originally worried that the matter would get out of hand, but now they saw Deng Xiang attacking Jiang Ning, and they couldn't help but feel sad for Deng Xiang. Deng Xiang had a fierce face, a strong murderous aura, and fast movements. If he were an ordinary student, he would most likely be grabbed by the collar. But Jiang Ning was a man of character. He stretched out his hand and pinched his fingers. Deng Xiang only felt a flash in front of his eyes. The other party was faster than he expected. Jiang Ning bent it upwards. Severe pain came from his fingers, and Deng Xiang screamed out in pain. Brother. Several brothers brought by Deng Xiang shouted together and rushed over. Jiang Ning looked at this scene, let go of his hand, grabbed Deng Xiang's shoulder, and gently pushed forward. Deng Xiang bounced back like a human sandbag. It was like a bowling ball, crashing all the way, knocking the boys who rushed over to help. The scene was very chaotic for a while. Fortunately, Deng Xiang's brothers were of good quality. After some effort, they finally caught Deng Xiang. Amazing. Jiang Ning is too fierce. Ma Shicheng admired him from the bottom of his heart. The last time he beat Song Sheng might have been a coincidence. This time, it showed that he was really strong and a pervert with great strength. He was worthy of being a martial artist. Shan Kaikun breathed a sigh of relief. He hoped that Jiang Ning would help him before, but he was embarrassed to say it out loud. Now that Jiang Ning took action, everyone was naturally happy. As for whether Jiang Ning could beat them, Shan Kaikun had no doubt. Song Sheng is a man who can easily beat 2 or 3 people. It is easier for Jiang Ning to beat Song Sheng than for him to beat primary school students. Beating these people is not a problem at all. Other students who are concerned, such as Huang Zhongfei, observe carefully and know that Jiang Ning and Zhu Yuantang have a good relationship. The person who came from another class to find trouble was so unlucky that he slammed Zhu Yuantang's desk. Deng Xiang was dizzy. After he stabilized his feet, he felt that he had lost face. People like them are the most concerned about face when they are out there. For the sake of face, they can do anything and dare to do anything. At this moment, he decided to hang Jiang Ning up and beat him today so that he would lose face and never think of raising his head in number 4 middle school. Moreover, Deng Xiang promised that he would beat Jiang Ning every time he saw him in the future, including his friends. He would target anyone who dared to make friends with Jiang Ning. If Jiang Ning dared to talk about a girlfriend, He would definitely trample on Jiang Ning's dignity in front of Jiang Ning's girlfriend and take his girlfriend away. Get him. Deng Xiang's expression was cruel. He gave an order and took the lead. Several boys behind him rushed over instantly. 8 against 1. Tell me how to lose? Before Deng Xiang took half a step, Jiang Ning had already arrived in front of him and sealed Deng Xiang's chest with one foot. He used some spiritual power, and Deng Xiang's forward body suddenly stopped. He first lost control of his body, and then with his head as the center of the circle, his legs were suspended in the air and raised. Originally a good upright man, he was kicked sideways, lying in the air, and flew backwards. This time, Deng Xiang obviously didn't have the good luck just now. Not only himself, but also several boys were hit against the wall by the huge force. Whoa, what the hell? Ma Shicheng's mouth twitched. Several people hit the wall with a loud bang. Zheng Lu looked at this scene with light in her eyes. She hated violent boys, but Jiang Ning's violence at this moment, she not only didn't hate it, but felt that it was full of a kind of violent aesthetics. No girl would hate a boy who can protect herself. Jiang Ning put his right hand in his pocket and walked over slowly. Deng Xiang felt his chest sink. He felt like he was going to die. He wanted to live so much. Jiang Ning wanted to lift Deng Xiang's hair, but this guy must have fought often, and his hair was short, so it was not easy to lift. He had to grab Deng Xiang's collar, as if he was lifting a puppy. Weak, too weak. Jiang Ning was extremely tired. He lifted Song Sheng in the same way last time. The old friend has been admitted to the hospital, and no one knows when he will return. Jiang Ning picked up Deng Xiang with one hand, his expression indifferent. Deng Xiang's helpers seemed to have lost their souls, looking at Jiang Ning in fear. They had fought many times and had never seen such a ruthless person. Several people had no doubt that, even if they went together, they would definitely be beaten up by Jiang Ning. Many small gangsters are not afraid of anything, they just do it silently, and they dare to use knives when they are annoyed. But they are only afraid of two kinds of people. One is their peers who are more powerful than them, and the other is the really powerful big gangsters. Jiang Ning walked towards the podium, dragging a person in his hand, but he didn't seem to be struggling at all. Gong Zuan watched Jiang Ning approaching step by step, and her body trembled as she stepped back. She was afraid that Jiang Ning would beat her up too. Jiang Ning glanced at Gong Zuan. Get out. She was blocking the way. Gong Zuan trembled and left obediently. Jiang Ning spoke again. Apologize and then get out. Gong Zuan stopped in a hurry, not daring to resist at all. You too, apologize. Jiang Ning said. Seeing the numbness on Deng Xiang's face, he slapped him twice. His kick seemed terrifying, but it didn't seriously injure the other party. After a few slaps, Deng Xiang woke up trembling. Deng Xiang hated. Deng Xiang was angry. Deng Xiang was filled with anger. He wanted revenge. But he was also very scared. I'm sorry, students in class 8. I disturbed you today. Sorry, we were wrong. We will be good people and make a new start in the future. Deng Xiang and Gong Zuan cried and apologized honestly, not daring to resist. Okay, get out. Amid the laughter of the crowd, Deng Xiang and his group left. Class 8 in disgrace. He looked at the classmates in the class again. The fun is over. Everyone go home and be careful on the road. The classmates below were actually a little flattered. A fierce man just beat up the bad guys and turned around to be friendly to them. A farce ended like this. Jiang Ning looked at Zhu Yuantang, and Zhu Yuantang lowered her head quickly. In fact, she had been paying attention to Jiang Ning just now. At this time, Jiang Ning was fine, and her heart fell. The classmate next to her just now whispered to her that Jiang Ning took action because of her. He was angry for his beauty. The tone of envy mixed with jealousy and emotion kept echoing in Zhu Yuantang's ears. Zhu Yuantang's face was hot. Is that right? She was bullied, and Jiang Ning did not hesitate to offend others in order to protect him. Why did he do this? Zhu Yuantang had never seen such a figure before. When she was bullied and wronged in junior high school, no one would stand up to protect her. Most of them just watched coldly. She wanted to say to Jiang Ning, it's okay, I don't need it. It's just that the table was hit. It's nothing. Even if the cup is broken, you don't have to offend others for me. I'll buy another one. She wanted to tell Jiang Ning very much, but she couldn't say it. She was afraid that, if she said it, the answer she got would be wrong. If Jiang Ning answered her that he didn't do it for himself, how narcissistic would she appear? Jiang Ning may not be doing it for me, he is originally a righteous person. Zhu Yuantan thought so. The students in class 8 dispersed quickly. Wang Yang left the class and saw Lin Zida and a tall and thin boy standing at the door waiting for him. Just now, when Jiang Ning made a move when there was trouble in the class, Wang Yang remembered that Lin Zida had paid more attention to him before. In order to have a good relationship with Lin Zida, he privately sent him a questions and asked him to come and see. Brother Lin, if you're fine, I'll go out and play a lol. The tall and thin boy said. Lin Zida invited, let's have a barbecue together tonight. I'll treat you another day. I have an order for a foreign server in my hand, and I have to finish it tonight. The boy left impatiently. Wang Yang looked at the boy's back and asked curiously, isn't this Nize? He knew Nize, who was also from the compound. Nize's family was much higher than his family. What caught Wang Yang's attention was not Nize's family background, but Nize's own ability. Nize was a sophomore this year, 1 year higher than them. Nize was very good at playing LoL. He played for foreign players and earned tens of thousands in half a year. It was simply amazing. Tens of thousands. Wang Yang couldn't even think about it. His family conditions were good, but he only made a few thousand yuan a month. He didn't know how to spend tens of thousands of yuan. It would be fine if he was good at playing games, but the key was that Nize was not bad at studying, handsome, and doing very well. With a call, many people responded. Lin Zida said, I heard that someone in your class was looking for trouble, so I specially called him over. Unfortunately, I came too late, and you guys had already dispersed. Lin Zida said this with some regret. He was different from other students in the experimental class. He was definitely the first to slip away when the get out of class was over. When Wang Yang sent him a message, he was about to leave the school. By the time he contacted Nize and rushed here, the matter of class 8 had already ended. Nize doesn't usually play with us. Does Brother Lin play LOL? I remember you only play console games? Wang Yang asked curiously. Lin Zida said indifferently, a relative is optimistic about the prospects of LOL events and has established an esports club in Yazhou. I called Nize to play a few games with the players in the club. The classroom of class 8 was empty. Zhang Kai was the last one to leave the classroom. He locked the door and deliberately glanced at Lin Zida before leaving. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.